All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. Irfan, I'm doing all right, man. How about yourself? Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing good today. Let me pop out the chat here. And we have a super chat from New Soul 9, which I will read momentarily. Thank you once again, New Soul 9. Already with the, man, I got to clean this thing off. I do try to clean it off, but, yeah, so guys, today we have a few different topics to talk about. We're talking about Venom, the long rumored Venom game. We have a new rumor regarding that and what's going on. Is it real? When's it coming if it is real? Talking about Wolverine getting an update, apparently, on the release date, and possibly Spider-Man 3. But that is a rumor we're going to be covering, so we're going to have to take it with a grain of salt. We're also going to be talking, finally, about what Mark Cerny had to say about the PlayStation 5 Pro big 2026 updates, getting the full fat version of FSR 4. Those are Mark Cerny's words, not mine. And he alludes to the PlayStation 6. We'll cover that. We're going to be talking about a Naughty Dog update regarding Neil Druckmann returning to the studio, basically, and being done with The Last of Us HBO. You know, a lot of people are interpreting this different ways, so we'll cover that. And yeah, I'm sure we'll have some other discussions as well as we progress deeper into the stream today. Lady Gamer 1980, I'm very sorry to hear that. Irfan says DS2 is peak. Yeah, I spent a significant portion of yesterday playing more Death Stranding 2, and yeah, man, the game is incredible. I just got to I'm somewhat into chapter 4, so obviously taking my good old time with this game. I find it difficult to progress because every time I come across a new destination, like I want to pretty much like try to 5-star it. But you know, I'm trying to understand that I can always come back and do that at the end of the game. There's no need for me to do it right away. So you know, I'm trying to push myself along here to keep progressing, but yeah, in chapter 4, and man, yeah, the game is truly addicting. It's every time I pick this game up and I start to play it again, I know that like I gotta settle in because I'm not going to be able to walk away after like an hour. I'm going to have to put at least 2, 3, 4 hours into it minimum. And it really is a phenomenal title. And I know that maybe some people think it's an exaggeration or it's, you know, Kojima. So obviously everything Kojima does is the best ever. But no, sincerely, Death Stranding 2 so far, and again, I'm not even that far into it, is an incredible game. And I'm just still very curious to see what else happens, because I could tell it's, you know, it's building up, man. It's building up. But yeah, Irfan, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm expecting some craziness later on. Certainly. But guys, I want you to do me a favor, if you could. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy any of the content here, take a moment and please hit the like button. It helps the streams out more than you know. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. It lets me know you enjoy the content. So take a moment, hit that like button. We're almost at 25 likes. We'll see if we can push to get to maybe 100 likes, which would be great. Pyramid, you're saying it's the greatest game this generation. This is next gen, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we were promised. I mean, yeah, I did say, I think last week, that Death Stranding 2 could end up being a game of the generation. Not the game of the generation. I think that's, you know, we can't really say that yet. But it's absolutely going to be one of the most standout titles that when people ask me, years down the line, what was your favorite game that came out during the PlayStation 5 generation? Or one of your favorite games. What's like one of the first games that comes to mind? I think Death Stranding 2 is going to be one of those games that, it could be the game when it's all said and done. We'll have to see. It's an incredible experience. And it's really good to see. It's really good to see Death Stranding and what Kojima Productions created with this universe getting the credit that I believe it deserves, where the first time around it just seemed like a lot of people were not picking up what Kojima was putting down. And I think this time around, a more refined experience. I think a lot more people are picking it up. I think a lot more people are realizing that, there may be something to this. And that's good. That's good to see, because I always kind of felt like Death Stranding 1 maybe didn't get all the recognition that I believed it deserved. But it definitely seems like Death Stranding 2 is getting all of the recognition it deserves, and then some. So, big congratulations to Kojima Productions, man. They do it again. They do it again. All right, boss. Don't start. Don't start. It's too early. It's too early. Come on. I'm gonna have to shun him a little bit. Look at him. Don't jump over the chair. Bro, you jump over the chair and land on my head, we're going to have a real problem. We're going to have a real... That's all right. Don't start causing chaos, man. So yeah, we're going to dive into the first topic. Well, actually, I want to read New Soul 9's super chat. And guys, keep in mind, if you want to help support the channel, support the content, we are totally fan funded here. There are a couple of ways you can do that. You can become a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks. You can gift memberships. If we end up hitting 25 members today, we will feed the beast. You can drop a super chat like New Soul 9 has done here, or you can drop a direct donation. There are multiple ways you can help support the content directly. So a big thank you to everybody who does that. But New Soul 9 says here, hey, MBG, I always had this thought in the back of my mind with Wolverine, and that is Insomniac having their own version of The Last of Us, because it's safe to say in the future they'll have to introduce Lara to Logan. Well, the first thing that popped into my mind when I read this New Soul 9 is the movie Logan. That's one of my favorite movies ever, and you can tell when watching it that it is in some ways very much inspired by The Last of Us, and it felt kind of like a Last of Us movie almost, right? Not quite the same, but certainly dynamics at play that are reminiscent of it. And so when we talk about, the future of Insomniac with Wolverine, what's interesting is in the leaked roadmap that came out back in 2023, there was a game that they called Wolverine Online or something like that. So they had Wolverine, the single player game that we're getting from Insomniac either next year or 2027. And then a couple years after that, they had like Wolverine 2.0. I think that's what they called it. And I don't know if maybe that's like, maybe it was just going to be like an add-on multiplayer experience. It's worth noting that they were creating a live service game, Insomniac that is, and they ended up canceling it. So that could have been what it was. No, the roadmap that leaked out was not fake. It wasn't fake. It was real. It was a confidential roadmap. The thing about it is it's likely that many things have changed because, again, if you look at the time that roadmap was created, it was probably created in like June or July of 2023, and it leaked out at the end of the year. A lot has happened. A lot has occurred since then. So I would say it's not necessarily the most reliable, right? Come on, boss. Come on. Don't start. Don't start. Don't start. You gotta go. You're causing too much chaos. Just chill. You got your cat tower. I'm telling you, man, he's gonna try to wreck everything over here. That's his goal here. But yeah, it was a legitimate confidential piece of information that we were not supposed to see publicly, but these things change all the time, and I have no doubt in my mind that that roadmap changed. I don't think that means that like the entire thing is scrapped. I just think that on that roadmap it said Venom 2025, and apparently we're hearing that that's not going to be till 2026. This cat. But yeah, New Soul, getting back to your super chat, man. It would be interesting to see something like that, but I don't know that Insomniac would ultimately go in that direction and kind of do like their own version of Logan, which would end up having maybe too many similarities to The Last of Us. We know that apparently one of the reasons why Sony was so okay not greenlighting Days Gone 2 or not pushing Ben to do a Days Gone 2 was because they thought, well, we already have that in a way. Like we have The Last of Us, we have the post-apocalyptic zombie franchise. We don't need two. I mean, of course, when you talk about Logan, not zombies, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Wolverine turns out, and in the long run, what Insomniac ends up doing with this property. Anthony Smith says, let's get the likes up. Michael says he approached so slowly. He did. Yeah. He thinks he can just, if he's like really slow and he just kind of sneaks in, I'm not going to notice. It's like, bro, you're literally walking on me. Boss is desperate already. He always is. He always is. But yeah, so regarding the rumor, guys, this apparently comes from somebody named Mag. I think I've heard of him before. Like, I think he leaked something out before. To be honest, I'm not really familiar with his track record, so I can't vouch for this individual. That's why I want to encourage everybody with what we're going over to take it with a grain of salt. It could turn out to be total bogus, or totally bogus, I meant to say. But according to Mag, he says he has an Insomniac Games insider update, and he's saying that according to the information he's obtained, Venom will release in 2026, and then Wolverine is planned to release in 2027. He also goes on to say that Spider-Man 3 might release in 2029 as a cross-gen title. And to me, this is interesting simply for the fact that it does, if this is true, it does confirm that this Venom game apparently did not get canceled. And it's something that Insomniac's been working on for, I guess, a few years now. But again, we don't know if it's actually true. We have Lux with a super chat who says, why is it highly rated PlayStation exclusives like DS2 or Sony IP never seem to do Nintendo IP numbers? The kids' excuse to me, saying it's Nintendo kids or whatever, kids buying Nintendo games seems like a cop-out. Universal appeal, maybe. It's a good question. We do have a report about how Death Stranding 2 has sold, and it's doing seemingly well. But comparatively speaking to, like Nintendo and their numbers, truthfully, I don't know why Sony's games and their properties don't seem to do these staggeringly insane numbers of 25, 30, 35, 40 million. I'm sure Sony would love an answer to that question, right? We know that Nintendo has multiple games that just seem to do ridiculous numbers, and it could be the universal appeal factor. We're talking about games like Mario Kart, Pokemon, Animal Crossing, stuff like that. That's just, these are experiences that, I mean, you could say that literally anybody, right, might be interested in these games of all, anybody of all ages. It does, they do have that universal appeal factor. But the thing is, I think a lot of Sony's games have universal appeal, but I'm not sure, because you consider the fact that many of Sony's games win Game of the Year or get, a lot of praise critically and a lot of recognition. And to be fair, some of their franchises do sell very well, like Horizon and God of War and The Last of Us and stuff like that, and Uncharted. But yeah, when you look at something like Astrobot, I mean, I think Sony views that as like, we can grow this. Like, maybe if we keep supporting it over the years, you know, we release all different types of new Astrobot games, maybe it could end up climbing the ladder, you know, and have a similar trajectory to something like Mario, you know, or Humble Beginnings, right? I don't know exactly. I don't know why a game like, I guess we could say, we'll just go with Death Stranding 2 since that's the most recent. I don't know why a game like that doesn't go on to sell 20 million units. I don't know. It could just simply be that it is a relatively unique game. People maybe look up gameplay or they see the trailers and they're like, yeah, I don't know about this one. You know, I mean, you're saying it's a walking sim, but that's the thing. It's really not a walking sim. Like, it would, if somebody went into Death Stranding 2, I mean, legitimately believing like this is just a walking simulator, like all I'm going to be doing is walking, they're going to be very surprised. You will be doing walking, absolutely. But I'll tell you, man, I'm about 15 hours into Death Stranding 2 so far, and I'm actually quite shocked at, like, dude, I'm actually trying to find more reasons. Like, I'm trying to make an excuse to be like, let me just take this delivery on foot. You know, let me just walk from point A to point B, because there's so many different options that they give you within just the first like 15 hours and different ways to approach it. That I'm actually a little bit surprised. I'm like, damn, I haven't done nearly as much walking as I expected. And I think maybe that's one of the biggest differences is with Death Stranding 1. Certainly in the first 15 hours, you are mostly just walking. But, you know, I digress here. I think Sony wants to find an answer to that question as well. You know, I don't know if they're going to get an answer to that question. It might just simply be because, let's be honest here, when you look at those big heavy hitter titles from Nintendo that are exclusive to whatever console they're launching, in this case the Switch or the Switch 2, and they go on to sell like 30, 40, 50 million units, something ridiculous like that, it's not like every one of their games do those numbers. But when you take those titles and you look at the pantheon, you know, of other games that they sit alongside, it's just not a common thing. They're sitting alongside games like Grand Theft Auto, Minecraft, you know, like, it does seem like Sony has yet to really, the closest thing that they have is either Gran Turismo and God of War, where you're talking about games that have been around for so long that have sold, you know, close to 100 million units or 80 million units or something like that collectively. I don't know what it would take. I don't know what Sony would need to do to make it so that the next God of War, you know, within a year of it launching, they sold 30 million units. I genuinely don't have an answer to that question. If I did, you know, I should probably hold on to it and try to pitch it to Sony, you know, get paid. But I'm not sure. Sony, I think, seems satisfied with how their single player games sell right now based on how well their console's doing. So like, if Sony feels as though that their games are reviewing well, getting 10, 15 million sales for the big hitters, you know, even like 7 to 8 million sales, I think they're okay with that because they feel as though there's something that's really useful there. You know, like they see it as like, this is helping push our console, and our console's really where we make the majority of our money. But yeah, I have no doubt that Sony would love for some of their games to be doing Nintendo numbers. No doubt about it. I think that can be said for most publishers. I think a lot of publishers would kill to be able to sell 30 million units of a game. It's not common, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, Borderlands being as successful as it is somewhat surprising. Yeah, I didn't know. You know? But I'll scratch me over here a little bit. We'll have to see how many copies or how many units Mario Kart World sells, because the last Mario Kart game sold like almost 80 million units or something completely ridiculous like that. I think Sony and this is the last thing I'll say on this before we go back to the rumor. I think that Sony maybe does believe that they have a higher chance of really striking gold with a massive seller with something like Astrobot, with something like Lego Horizon. Like they're trying to lean in this direction of more family friendly titles in some instances, because I think that they believe that that general broad appeal may facilitate way more sales. That hasn't happened yet. So yeah, I mean, if they do that long enough and it doesn't happen, it might confirm that it's for Nintendo, it's not the kid factor. You know, it's not the youth factor, it's something else. Michael, you're saying 5 million is a very high success rate. If you do that consistently, you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, we have to kind of keep things in context, right? Like, Nintendo's games are what would be considered outliers. We are seeing in the industry that more and more publishers are beginning to focus on their major franchises and aggressively trying to grow them, because it just seems like having franchises that are kind of just doing okay, or sales numbers that are just okay, it just seemingly isn't cutting it anymore. And so I think Sony will continue to support any franchise that they believe has real potential, but you can tell with some of the moves that Sony's been making that they want to do more, you know? But yeah, Michael, with what you're saying, I mean, 5 million sales, I think people need to try to understand that there are a lot of AAA games that never hit 5 million sales that are available on all platforms. Do I think that that's going, as time moves forward, that's becoming more detrimental? Yeah, I do. I think that we're looking at a situation where like Ghost of Yote needs to do a lot more than 5 million, not like immediately, but within the first year. I think Ghost of Yote is expected to absolutely blow past 5 million. You know, I think we're looking at Sony wanting like 7 million, 8 million, maybe really, really, really trying to push for the first year and a half to hit the 10 to 12 million mark with something like Ghost of Yote. And yeah, I mean, I don't think that's just pure greed. You know, I think it's just the fact that, I mean, one of the things we're talking about, this rumor, is apparently Wolverine isn't coming out till 2027. And when people hear that, they get really upset, or some people get upset and they're like, why did they announce this game in 2021? Why is it taking so long? This feels like a joke, or this is pathetic, or whatever. And it's like, well, I mean, you know, a 6-year development cycle does fall within range of a modern AAA dev cycle. Is it long? Yes, but that's kind of the problem, right? Is these games, in order to hit these higher quality levels, they're requiring more time than ever, bigger budget than ever before. And so as that continues to increase, which it is, it's not going in the other direction. You know, AA is not the answer in most cases. As that continues, the need to sell more copies, you know, not up front immediately, but holistically, the need to sell more copies, the pressure increases. And that's not exclusive to Sony. That's not exclusive to Microsoft or Nintendo. And in fact, I would say Nintendo is the major outlier here, because I don't think their budgets are ballooning, right? People actually do kind of criticize Nintendo. We're like, man, it just seems like they're kind of releasing the same games in a sense. I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. It's just, you know, criticism that I've seen from people. But it works, right? What they're doing is working. So it's like, regardless of the criticism, what are you going to do? You know, like it's working absurdly well for them. But yeah, I mean, talking about sales, talking about the budget of games and the expectations, and it's all very interesting because we're seeing, I think, a pretty prominent shift. It's just not happening immediately, but it's gradual, but it is prominent in that the bigger franchises, the bigger titles that are guaranteed, and that have the most potential for future growth, that seems to be what all AAA publishers are doubling, tripling, and in some cases quadrupling down on. Even what we saw with Microsoft recently, they made it clear. Phil Spencer made it clear in that email that we have to kind of really prioritize the stuff that we know is going to work or has a much higher chance of working. And I just think we're going to see more and more of that across the industry. I think people talk about the idea of a games industry crash. And I think what we're seeing is that quote unquote crash. It just doesn't look the way people expected. I think when people think of a video game crash or the video game industry crashing today, they think of, suddenly publishers collapsing one after the other. They think of, the industry completely just grinding to a halt and nothing being produced, nothing of quality being produced. I think a modern day video game crash looks exactly like this. I think it looks like publishers becoming very, very afraid of taking meaningful risks, most publishers anyway, and the biggest players in the game making decisions that it's like, you guys should be the last ones, showing some kind of fear or becoming, afraid to take any risks. And that's all we're seeing. That's what we're seeing across the board. And I think, I don't want to say it is a crash. I just want to say that it's a major transformation where a lot of AA and even like single A games, for every Claire Obscure, you're going to have probably 10 other AA games that just no one even knows about. They just kind of get washed away. So it's tough. It's a tough one. Yeah, I don't think a video game crash can happen in the more traditional sense because I just think there's too much money in general. I mean, there's like more money than ever before flowing in throughout the games industry, but it's just where the places where that money is flowing most abundantly. It does seem like more and more and more video game publishers and video game executives are starting to take note. They're like, oh, okay. Hence why we see Sony, going so aggressive with live service. But getting back to the rumor here, because I definitely got way off track. I know we got more people who joined the stream. So the current rumor is that Venom is apparently real. There is a standalone Venom game, and it is going to release in 2026. And when it comes to Wolverine is apparently going to release in 2027. And on top of that, Spider-Man 3 might not release until 2029, and it will be a cross-gen title between PlayStation 6 and PlayStation 5. So let's start with Venom. Again, as I said earlier, but in case you missed it, there was a hack, an Insomniac hack, where it showed a roadmap, and Venom was mentioned, a standalone Venom game was mentioned at least 2 or 3 times, and it was on 2 or 3 different roadmaps. One had a year for 2025. The second had a year for 2027. So it seems like maybe they were just thinking like that will be the release window, right? Anywhere between 25 and 27. And Michael Werneth, a member for 20 months, says with his milestone chat, please like the video and subscribe if you are having fun. If you're having fun. Michael, thank you for that, man. I appreciate you asking people to like the stream. Yeah, guys, hit that like button. Let's see if we can push it to 100 likes. It definitely helps more than you know. But yeah, it does seem like Venom is real. For some time now, there was kind of this speculation that Venom, a standalone Venom game, was being considered. It was something that they wanted to do maybe in the vein of a Spider-Man Miles Morales or even a Uncharted Lost Legacy type game where it's not a full-blown AAA, but it's kind of like a bigger AA, kind of falls in between. And, spoilers for Spider-Man 2, but I think everybody here either played Spider-Man 2 or understands, what I'm about to say about Spider-Man 2 they already knew about. So, slight spoiler warning, but in Spider-Man 2, there is a playable Venom section where, it was fully fleshed out. It wasn't some kind of like afterthought. When you were playing that segment as Venom, it felt very much fine-tuned. They gave him his own abilities, and it really just it gave you this feeling of, oh, they're doing more with this. How could they not? It feels too good. And yes, playing as Venom felt very good. It was the highlight of the game, in my opinion. And yeah, sorry to anybody who it was just spoiled for, but I mean, come on, I did give you a spoiler warning. But the playable Venom section was awesome, and it really just kind of made it feel like, you could definitely see Insomniac giving Venom his own title, like a smaller one, not a full-blown AAA. And we also heard, well, unfortunately, Tony Todd, the voice actor who played Venom, passed away not that long ago, so rest in peace. But he did confirm, not too, shortly before his passing, that Insomniac didn't use about 90% of his voice lines. He said 90% of what he recorded was not used in Spider-Man 2. And it just seemed like, all the pieces were adding up and coming together to basically confirm that, yeah, there is a standalone Venom game in development. And not only do we have the actual Insomniac leak confirming that, but even after that. So it's worth noting that there has been no word of a cancellation. I do think that is something that needs to be addressed, where any talk of Venom being canceled it's been derived from speculation. There were no rumors of cancellation. There was no leak of a cancellation. There was nothing ever said about Venom being canceled. But, we still haven't gotten a proper reveal. And so it's kind of been lingering, and we know that there was some pretty significant shakeups at Insomniac where Ted Price retired and new leadership was put in place. And so when you consider all these things, it makes sense why some people might think, it probably ended up getting scrapped. I'm not convinced, though, especially with this latest rumor. There's something else that I want to mention to you guys, that this is not a rumor. This was actually confirmed through a recent LinkedIn post from an Insomniac developer. They confirmed explicitly that right now there are 3 projects in development at Insomniac. Michael, you're asking, has Insomniac ever confirmed that they're working on a Venom game? Officially, no. Officially, no. They never confirmed a Venom game officially. Therefore, if it was canceled, there would never be an official announcement of a cancellation. But it was leaked out, like I said, Michael, in the Insomniac hack, that they were cooking up some type of Venom game. Not DLC, by the way. It's worth noting. It was not DLC. We should keep in mind, though, that in that Insomniac hack, it had a roadmap for Spider-Man 2 DLC, and all of that was canceled. So it's not, I guess what I mean to say is it's not inconceivable that Venom could have been canceled. But what I want to focus on now is a developer at Insomniac explicitly confirming on their LinkedIn that they have 3 games in development currently. Okay. She's so annoying. So they have 3 games in development, and they didn't say what these games are, obviously, but we know for a fact one of them is Wolverine, so that's one. The second one, we can also say we know for a fact, is Spider-Man 3. The third one, though, that's kind of the toss-up here, because the third one is it's one of 2 games. The third game that's currently in development, well, I see people mentioning an X-Men game. The X-Men game is not planned until like 2030 or 2031. So that's not even a thing that's happening yet. That's not a thing that's even in pre-production. The 2 games, it's one of 2 games. It's either Venom or Ratchet and Clank. We do know that they want to get another Ratchet and Clank game out by around 2029. That also leaked. So that's really the question right now. I'm going to say it's Venom. And you want to know why? Because the main directors, I'll read this to you. Let's see. Wolverine PS5. Okay, so the leadership for Insomniac's Marvel Wolverine on PlayStation 5 has shifted. This was from about 8 months ago, by the way. Marcus Smith is now the creative director, and Mike Daly is the game director. They previously worked together on Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. The previous creative director, Brian Horton, has moved to the Perfect Dark project for Xbox, according to GameFile, which unfortunately just got canceled. But the reason why I don't think the third game that's in development at Insomniac right now is a Ratchet and Clank game is because the two directors that would be working on a Ratchet and Clank game are currently working on Wolverine. So I feel like when you look at this, it maybe does it whittles it down. You know, I think really all that's left there is this Venom game. And now we have a rumor claiming that this Venom game is actually coming next year. So we could be getting a reveal before the end of the year of a Venom game. It could happen early next year, but I think a Venom game would be great, honestly. If this rumor about Wolverine is true, then Insomniac didn't have anything playable when it was revealed. Yeah, I think it's become clear by now that the Wolverine announcement was something that I think it served two purposes. I think the first is that they wanted to use it to, let developers know, hey, if you want to come work on Wolverine, come apply to Insomniac Games. That's a pretty common practice in the industry, revealing games super early so you can maybe entice development talent to join your studio and help work on it. The second reason is I think maybe it was a Disney thing where, Disney has a say in how they want the stuff to be announced to a degree anyway. It could have just been that Disney requested Sony, like, can you announce this game and make everybody aware that you're making a Wolverine game. Yeah, you can go look up leaked Wolverine gameplay, but I don't think it's really worth watching because you're talking about development builds that, quite literally are never supposed to be seen by the public under any circumstance because it looks bad. Like, that's the thing. All games, as when they're early in development, look really bad. And Wolverine is no different. We've actually seen early development builds of Uncharted, of God of War, and they don't look good. They don't look good. But that's the nature of game development, especially when you're talking about games that take 5, 6, 7 years to make. So, the idea of Wolverine being a 2027 game, it's a little bit disappointing, certainly, because, at first we thought maybe it could actually release in 2024, which is crazy to think now, right? We thought, okay, if it's not 2024, it's 2025. And then we started to realize, okay, this is probably a 2026 game. But in the end, it's starting to look like, no, it's actually a 2027 game. It's like a game that's going to close out the generation. It's one of those situations, which isn't bad, but it's definitely a little bit disappointing that it's like, oh, I didn't realize it was going to be that long. And we have Hades 1468 deciding to become a channel member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, Hades. Thank you so much for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I do appreciate that support, man. And so make sure you go check out some of the members' content. We got members' lounges. We got some, members-only gameplay. You now have access to that. And thank you for supporting the channel directly. I'm going to add that to the goal here. Good stuff, man. You think Sony's delaying games on purpose so they go to the PlayStation 6? I'm not so sure. I don't think I don't think any game's going to get delayed purposely. I think Sony's made it pretty clear that they will launch a game like right next to a new console if they have to, and not actually release it on that console. I mean, I think like Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us Part 2 are prime examples of that, where they launched the same year that the PS5 came out, and it didn't matter. You know, it's like these are PS4 games. You know, we're going to give them their due. You know, they could have made them cross-gen, but they decided not to. And so I think the same thing will happen with Wolverine. I think that what we might end up seeing is, you know, 2027 could be a year where it's like you're going to get two major releases from Insomniac and Naughty Dog. You're looking at Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet in 2027, and then you're also looking at Wolverine. And who knows what else they could have that we don't know about yet. But next year, you know, 2026 also looks interesting because we know Saros is coming, but now maybe we can throw Venom in there. Maybe. And then also that God of War game, the smaller scope God of War game. You think they probably had to start over? I mean, I don't think they. I mean, when we talk about rebooting development and starting over, I don't think they're starting over from scratch. But yeah, we do know that Wolverine, like we just read, it changed directors. It changed direction completely. It's a big deal when you see a director and a producer of a game being replaced or you know, just switched up in the middle of development. That's a telltale sign that something's not going right. It doesn't mean it's a disaster by any means. It just means that something changed. Like either something wasn't working, or the direction they were going in just simply wasn't working, or Sony didn't like the direction they were going in. I mean, I literally saw somebody leave a comment on my video today saying that Sony probably decided that they want to remove all the woke from the game because they want it to succeed. And I'm like, I mean, when you look at, I really do think that the culture war hurt Spider-Man 2 a little bit. I don't know that it stopped it from being a success, but I think Sony had higher expectations. And, you know, let's face it, Spider-Man 2 was the catalyst for somebody to go out there and create like a list of games, you know, of like, here are the developers that worked with Sweet Baby Inc., so you know not to buy their games. And it became like a big deal, became a big thing that started gaining a lot of attention and a lot of eyes on it. So, you know, you do just have to wonder if Sony was like, we literally can't afford to take that risk. We need this to be good. Like, not just to be good, but like, we need it to be a success. Like, we can't have any nonsense surrounding it. Jake Q29 with a $2 super chat. You're saying, did you look at my email, the one that I sent on July 4th? I think I did get it, Jake. But you're gonna have to remind me what it was about, because I mean, honestly, my email is it's kind of chaotic, and I don't like to spend too much time over there. You think it 100% got changed? Yeah, so it wouldn't be a hard reset from scratch for Wolverine. It would be more along the lines of, like, we have to, like, the biggest change I could see is like we have to kind of rewrite the story, and we have to, you know, like, go in a completely different direction. If not completely different, we have to just maybe rework, you know, reconfigure and rearrange everything. I could absolutely see something like that, yeah, being the case behind the scenes, because again, man, it's not a good sign for big AAA projects when you see the director being changed or replaced. And it's especially bad when, you know, the person that was directing the game ends up leaving the studio. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hope, listen, I don't really mind if Wolverine ends up being a 2027 game. Oh yeah, Jake, I did cover that, by the way. How Death Stranding 2 is the highest rated game on the PlayStation Store now. It's very impressive. Very, very impressive. But if Wolverine ends up being like a 2027 game, yeah, it'll be a bit of a tough wait, but as long as it turns out good, that's all that matters. I don't mind waiting as long as the wait is worth it. And if they basically said, "Look, we have to push this game back by over a year," like maybe it was planned to come out in I mean, if you look at Insomniac's roadmap, their roadmap was we wanted to have Venom out by 2025 and Wolverine by 2026. It seems like everything may have gotten pushed back by a year, where it's like actually Venom's going to have to be 2026. Now Wolverine's going to have to be 27. I'm okay with that, as long as the game lives up, hopefully, to my expectations, which is we need a really badass, just incredible Wolverine game that doesn't, like, frankly, that doesn't really have anything surrounding it that's going to cause any kind of unnecessary controversy or just make it an easy target. Just make an awesome Wolverine game. And, I still trust Insomniac. I know that there's a lot of people that, they feel like they lost faith in Insomniac because of Spider-Man 2, or, they just feel like they're done supporting them. And my hope is that, honestly, my hope is that maybe they kind of, some studios got the message that, like, yeah, man, come on, just get back to making these games great. Just make them fun games. Make them, don't worry about all the other stuff. Just make a great game, And I think, and to be fair, it's not that Spider-Man 2 wasn't a great game. I do think Spider-Man 2 is a great game. I just thought it was unfortunate to see it kind of get tangled up in stuff where it's like, the first game didn't get tangled up in it. And Miles Morales probably would have if it wasn't, for the circumstance that it launched in. But yeah, I could definitely understand. I could see a reality where Sony's like, let's face it, man, like everything about Wolverine leaked. And so the truth is Insomniac and Sony got to see how people felt about, the entire story of Wolverine leaked, the gameplay leaked, the characters leaked, it all leaked. And people, there was no shortage of opinions that people put out there. So Sony was able to very much get some, I guess you could say, very, valuable feedback. And same thing with Insomniac. Numb AZ, I'm pretty sure it's explained in the story. I can't say anything though because I think it spoils something. So, but I don't know that I fully believe that it's just like, oh yeah, we accidentally made Wolverine completely woke, so we have to completely undo that. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think any studio, especially AAA studio, would literally undo their entire development or reboot a game in some ways just for that reason alone. But I think it could contribute to it. I think it's just more likely that they saw the feedback. I think that they saw the feedback. The entire story leaked. Plot lines, cutscenes, everything. I saw a few things here and there, but it could just be that they were like, oh man, we're not getting the type of response that we thought we would. This isn't nearly as positive as we had hoped. So I don't know. Or it could just be that they were like, well, it's already out there. Like, we got to change it now. Antonio Lopes, you're saying The Last of Us Part 2 Xbox store listing is up on Google. Are you serious, Antonio? Sony's just about to casually drop The Last of Us on Xbox. Dude, if they do that, that would be wild. I think that would be definitely on the level of like a Gears of War and Halo coming to PlayStation. But Sage Infinite's like, I'm done if they do that. Yeah, I'll go buy an Xbox just to show Sony. See what you made me do, Sony? Maybe buy an Xbox. But I would say be careful right now, Antonio, just because. Well, I have a 1X, yeah, but I haven't used it in a long time. I meant a newer one, unknown. But I would be very careful about what you're seeing pop up because, I mean, dude, like for the past 48 hours, I've been seeing a lot of different things, and I'm just like, I mean, I don't think this is real. I don't know what is real. I think that, people are getting a little crazy. The same thing happened when Xbox announced some games coming to PlayStation. People were putting things up there, fake listings, the whole 9 yards. And it's just like, be careful. Be careful what you choose to believe. Because when you have announcements like this occur, people tend to get kind of wild with it, Ghost of Yote State of Play, when is it happening? As of right now, we don't have a specific date. We only know that it's happening this month. So it could be this week. It could be this week. It could be the week after. It could be at the very end. It could be the last day of the month, for all we know. But, we do know that it's happening. So definitely excited for it. Michael, you're excited for the PS5 Pro upgrade. Yeah, we're going to talk about that soon. That's the next topic. Do I think would The Last of Us do well if it was ported to Xbox? I don't know. We should probably see how Helldivers does first. We got to see how that does first. Well, Sony's got to see. It's all based around Sony's expectations, man. You think it would bomb? Well, Sony has the data, I think that's important to highlight. Any decision that Sony makes when it comes to porting games outside of PlayStation, whether it be to PC, Xbox, or Switch 2, or Switch 1 for that matter, Sony has the data. Like they can see what's going on. So, at least to a certain extent. I don't know that they have all of the data, but they have certainly enough to be able to understand like where they're what type of storefront they're dropping their game into. And I'll tell you right now, man, Sony definitely expected, and this is kind of funny to think, Lego Horizon launching on the Switch 2, the Switch 1, Sony went on record saying that was an experiment, that they're experimenting a little bit, where it makes sense. And for a fact that Sony's big idea was, well, it's a Lego game and it's going to appeal to a younger audience, and we want to expose more people to the Horizon franchise. Sony thought that game was going to do well, or at the very least do some type of solid numbers on the Switch. And from what we can tell, that game was a mega flop. Like, Lego Horizon seemed to have flopped egregiously. I mean, like, really bad. I know that on Steam, I think it got a couple of hundred players. And Sony, I just think, kind of moved on and just pretended that never even happened. But it does go to show that they are willing to really experiment with some things and just see what happens, because you have to think of an alternate timeline where Sony puts Lego Horizon onto the Switch and it does big numbers. It does really well. Sony at that point is going to be like, oh, okay, maybe we should go see if there's any other games that would make sense to put on the Switch 1 and see what it does. Stream Lego Horizon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a great stream. Days Gone on Xbox. Dude, to be honest, I would actually be totally cool with Sony putting Days Gone on Xbox because it would give me hope. It would give me hope that I think they're doing it. If they're willing to put this game on Xbox, that must mean that they want to make a sequel. At least that's what I tell myself. Totoki is Sony Satya. Uh-oh. Well, I think during times like this, there's a lot of wishful thinking, certainly, just like there was with the Xbox side. People see one thing and they assume it's all things. And it's like, well, let's just take it one day at a time. Let's cross these bridges when we get to them, if we get to them, I think that a lot of people just get ahead of themselves. They get over their skis. And I've done that too. But we'll see. We'll certainly see. The Xbox guys need to hear Deacon talking to himself. We have Digital Dude 25 with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I wonder if Venom is going to swing or fly in his game, or both. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, if the Spider-Man 2 mods and all that, if that's anything to go by, he's going to be riding a bike, not a motorcycle, like an actual bicycle. I remember that was one of the most popular things that I saw, like, making the rounds when Spider-Man 2. Actually, I don't even think it. I think it happened even before it came to PC. Just people messing with it on console. It was like Venom riding a bike, and it was cursed, man. It was absolutely cursed. Petrov, yeah. Apparently it's going to release in 2026, and no, Tom Hardy, as far as we know, is not playing Venom. If we do get a Venom game next year, it seems like it's still going to be Tony Todd, unless they maybe decided to replace him. Well, because he passed away, and maybe they're like, well, rather than use his unused voice lines, let's get a new actor to play the role of Venom. They could do that. Maybe that's one of the reasons it could have gotten delayed. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, talking about how Venom would get around the city, flying would be, I mean, I would assume because you could swing and fly essentially in Spider-Man 2, they'll probably find a way to make it work for Venom if they give him his own game. You would think they would do both, because if they don't, they would have to replace flying with something else or swinging with something else. Yeah, when you play the section in Spider-Man 2, if I'm not mistaken, you just do really huge jumps. Unless I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure that's how you got around. But it was a pretty linear, closed-off section. The whole city wasn't opened up when you played as Venom. So if they give him a standalone game, the assumption is they are going to open up the city. And so they would probably have to really put a lot of thought into how they want to handle traversal. Because the traversal aspect in Spider-Man 2 is amazing. I mean, that's one of the standout things where it just feels so good to swing around, and the wingsuit, I mean, it feels incredible. So they definitely got to make sure it feels just as good, if not better in some ways, if they're going to give Venom his own title in an open world. I mean, what if they decided to make it linear? That's an interesting thought. I don't think they could do that. I don't think they would do that. Herman Holst is manipulating Totoki. What's going on? What's going on? Guys, do me a favor if you haven't already. Take a moment and please hit that like button. We're almost at 100 likes. Let's see if we can push for 125. Definitely helps the streams more than you know. Well, I mean, listen, if you played Spider-Man 2 and you beat it, again, spoilers for Spider-Man 2, although I'm pretty sure people have seen this image all over the place when the game came out, but, Venom gets wings at some point, and he's just straight up flying. So, I could absolutely see them just being like, yeah, here's how you get around. I could see it. And Digital Dude 25 with another $2 super chat, he says, could the Venom game take place in his own world? I mean, Truthfully, I don't think so, Digital Dude, only because the timeline development wise, I think you're talking about you're talking about making a whole new playable area. And I'm assuming again it would be an open world. I think it would just take too much development time and too much manpower to create a whole new area. I think that, and I know it seems kind of bad, but the reality is that they can kind of keep recycling New York, you know? We know that with Spider-Man 2, they increased the size of Marvel's New York quite a bit by adding, what did they add to it? Queens, I think? I know that they added a whole new area. And so they've only used that, the bigger, more wider, expanded Marvel's New York map. They've only used that in Spider-Man 2. I think what they're likely to do is just be like, we're going to reuse that for Venom. And the new content comes in the form of the story. It comes in the form of actually playing as Venom. It comes in the form of all the side content, all the abilities, all that stuff. Pretty much like what they did with Miles Morales. But I would say an even more significant jump, because when you played Miles Morales, he's unique in a sense, but he still feels like almost exactly like Spider-Man, right? Like Peter Parker. To whereas when you play as Venom, I would say that Venom genuinely feels very different. I mean, like, bro, when I was playing as Venom in Spider-Man 2 and I went to go pick up a dude and then he just snapped the dude in half, I was like, yo, this is it. This is it. Yeah, he felt like a tank. It felt good. It really did. Like, that's why I do hope this rumor about the Venom game is true, because I would be excited for that. I think I could see myself liking the Venom game significantly more than Miles Morales, and I don't know, maybe even Spider-Man 2 if it's that good, because that small playable section, like I said, I will always say this until we play Spider-Man 3 and we see what goes on there, but at least for Spider-Man 2, playing as Venom, even though it was very short-lived, that section was the funnest section. That was like, that was the most exhilarating, like, okay, like this is the peak of the game for me. So if they can take that and give it its own game, I could see the Venom game actually being my favorite Insomniac Spider-Man universe title if it all comes together. Will Venom's and Wolverine stories cross paths? I don't know. Probably not. I think for now they're going to keep everything separate. If I had to guess, we'll probably keep it separate. But I don't know. At some point, they apparently are going to be making an X-Men game. So the possibility is there. And Digital Dude 25 with another $5 super chat. He says, wasn't there a whole blacked out part of the map you couldn't go to, but it was already finished and looked explorable? I'm actually not sure about that. One of the things I can confirm, Digital Dude, I don't know about the map. Maybe somebody can help us out here. I know that there were like playable sections or almost finished sections in Spider-Man 2 of battles between Spider-Man and Venom that were, for some reason, they were just totally cut out of the game, but they were like nearly finished. And no one could really figure out like why. When it comes to the map, though, let me look this up. Let's see. I really hope this part of the map in Spider-Man 2 gets unlocked in a future update / DLC. I think this was prior to launch. This didn't age well. I don't think so. It's been leaked. This is what we know. Oh, yeah. You know what? I see what you're talking about, I think. I'm looking at the map now. Yeah. Yeah, there is like a kind of section all the way to the right, it shows like, a whole sliver of the island, it seems, but it is blacked out. So you might be on to something, Digital Dude. I do wonder if maybe that's what their plan is, to kind of like, that will be the new, you could glitch out of the map and there was functioning traffic and an explorable area with textures. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we'd think about the fact that Spider-Man 2's DLC was completely canceled. Maybe maybe that's where the DLC was supposed to take place. And then later on, you get a Venom game where not only does it have that expanded version of the map, but everything else prior. Maybe they just decide to kind of roll it all up into this Venom game and package it together. I don't know. I doubt that they wouldn't do something with Venom, though. The more I think about it, the more we're talking about it, the more I feel like it kind of doesn't make sense for them to not do something with Venom. I mean, they were willing to do something with Miles Morales, and that worked out really well. I feel like Venom would work out maybe even better. The Venom movies were apparently pretty successful, although they weren't even that, as far as I understand, those Venom movies weren't even that great. Like, it's just people like Venom. He's recognizable, right? He's a recognizable anti-hero. And people have been saying that I know people have been saying they want something different from Insomniac in terms of like, they want a new IP. They want a new game. They don't want more Marvel. And I know that people would be upset that if Venom comes out next year, it's more Marvel. But I don't know, man. I feel like, yeah, that the past 3 games we've gotten from Insomniac, excluding Ratchet and Clank, are Spider-Man games. Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and 2 all do feel very similar to play, generally speaking, which isn't a bad thing. But I feel like, yeah, if you throw in a Venom game, that could, I think, maybe shake things up just enough where it's like, this does feel different enough. You're maybe in the same city. A lot of things feel familiar, but the gameplay itself actually feels different enough, Yeah, that's true too, Mr. B. And so the other thing that the rumor states here, and although it does seem like, well, yeah, the rumor states that Spider-Man 3 might release in 2029 on new-gen consoles or as a cross-gen title. So it does sound like Spider-Man 3 won't actually be a launch day game, but a launch window game. So, well, I don't know. If the PlayStation 6 comes out at the end of 2027, and then Spider-Man 3 comes out in 2029, that's beyond the launch window. But if the PlayStation 6 does come out in 2028, and then this game, Spider-Man 3, is slated for 29, that could work. But I think it's absolutely going to be cross-gen. I don't think there's any chance that Spider-Man 3 is not cross-gen. I mean, if Sony wanted to go crazy with it, if Sony's like, we're going to sell the PlayStation 6, making Spider-Man 3 a PlayStation 6 only title, because here's something that people should keep in mind. Sony can always backport it. I'm not saying that that's the best strategy, but it's an option where they could be like, listen, Spider-Man 3, PS6 only, 2029. And that's going to make, I think, a lot of PS5 players who like Spider-Man be like, oh, okay, well, I got to upgrade. And it doesn't mean that it'll never come to PS5. It just might mean, maybe a year or two later, we'll backport it to PS5. Like, basically, when it's not doing much for PS6 anymore. I'm not saying they should lie to the consumer, but it's not like we haven't seen this done before, I mean, it might not be a lie, it's, if you kind of think of it of like, if they come out and they're like, well, we had to prioritize PS6 development, and that's what we did, and we don't have a PS5 version ready, so like, basically what they could do is treat PS5 like they treat PC, but that would be, yeah, I don't know, that could be frowned upon. I'm just trying to think of if Sony were to try to leverage Spider-Man 3, because Spider-Man 3 is going to be one of the biggest titles, you know what I mean? Like, that is a system seller. And it is worth noting that they didn't make Spider-Man 2 cross-gen. I think that is kind of important to highlight, that Spider-Man 2 actually marked the end, I think, of the cross-gen era for Sony. I could kind of maybe see them wanting to, I mean, yeah, like maybe make Spider-Man 3 PS6 only for the same reason, but I don't know. Cross-gen, I think, does make more sense. I would anticipate cross-gen. If it's true that the PlayStation 6 releases in 2028, 29, then we are definitely getting Cory Barlog's new game on PS5. Yeah, I haven't talked about that in a little while, but I don't know when that game's going to be revealed. It does seem like it will be a PS5 game, though. Do I think that all PS6 games will be cross-gen? Well, based off of what I know about how Sony operates these days, I think Sony will be strategic about it, just like they are with everything else. I think that by this point in time, we should know better than to make umbrella assumptions, right? Like it's all going to be this way or it's all going to be that way. I think Sony's made it abundantly clear that they're going to pick and choose. Everything will be on a case-by-case basis. So what I mean by that is, like, I could see them maybe taking something like a new Ratchet and Clank. If it's true that they're going to have it. And I don't know how Insomniac would even have a Ratchet and Clank game ready if they're working on Spider-Man 3, but maybe something like a Demon's Souls remake, if that's actually something that happens. I could see them being like, that's going to be PS6 only. But Spider-Man 2 will be cross-gen. So one game will serve as incentive to upgrade for the hardcore, and the other will be the more mass, more mass market, mass appeal type game that it's, we want it to sell as well as it possibly can. I don't know, though. I mean, look, man, the strategy from Sony going forward, the only thing that they've told us is that they will be strategic, is that they will pick and choose. They will be very thoughtful. They're not going to just do everything at one time. And that's been true. They've been true to their word on that. But at the same time, we know that this is the age of Hiroki Totoki being the CEO of Sony. And within just a couple months of him taking over, we see something unprecedented, like Helldivers 2 being announced for Xbox. So I guess all I'm trying to say here is that, unprecedented decisions could continue. Certainly. Why would they make a PS6 exclusive not on PS5 when there's only 15 million PS6 sold? Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. What makes this conversation very complicated is Sony. I don't think Sony was going to embrace cross-gen the way that they did with the PS5. I don't think that was their true intention. I think they were like, okay, some things will be cross-gen. I think they wanted God of War PS5 only. I think they would have tried to make Horizon PS5 only. I think this is what they wanted to do. Gran Turismo, I think people forget, Gran Turismo was announced as a PS5 only game. And then out of nowhere, like a year later, like, actually, it's going to be cross-gen. And this, I think, was due to the fact that people couldn't buy PS5s. Sony hit a wall. Not because people didn't want the PS5, not because it was selling poorly, but because they just didn't exist. Sony was on track to break records with the PS5, but the chip shortage really did a number on them. It really hurt them, and so I think that they had to. Yeah, they'd probably be they'd probably be close to 100 million by this point. If I'm being honest, I think that they would. Yeah, they'd be like 90, 95 million, dude. That's not crazy to think. People couldn't buy PS5s for like 2 years practically. It was really tough. They were not abundantly available. So when you think about the PS6, the idea is when the PS6 comes out, it's not going to have that problem. the PS6 will be abundantly available. But the other problem the PS6 might have that the PS5 didn't have is the price. So this time around, there might be something else getting in the way. It's not that you can't buy the console. It's not that you can't get your hands on it. It's that you just might not be able to afford it. And we have Perfect Image with a $2 direct donation. He says, Hamby G, I don't know if you and your community are aware that when the PS3, during the PS3 time, developers wanted the next PlayStation and so on to be a PC software to port easily, i.e. Mark Cerny. Yeah, I mean, the PS3 was a nightmare for developers, and so when Mark Cerny took over and started development on the PS4, the first thing he did was, he based it on x86 architecture, which is exactly what you're describing, Perfect Image. This is so, yeah, it's basically very similar to PC architecture and should make porting and developing, it should make choosing to develop for the PS5 a very easy decision, something that won't give developers nightmares. And that's continued with the PS5, the PS5 Pro, and I have absolutely no doubt that will continue with the PS6. Not to say that there isn't custom hardware. There is custom hardware, but those customizations will never be anywhere near what they were with the PS3 because then you're going to alienate developers and scare them and, make them feel like they have to choose between prioritizing your console or PC or whatever. And Mark Cerny's all about creating the simplest, easiest development environment, that they possibly can. I think PS6 will have a traditional disk drive. I think the next Xbox won't have a disk drive. Well, I just saw a news story. I think it was from like Push Square, where they were actually highlighting the fact that the physical PS5 version of Death Stranding is a proper physical version, as in you can play it offline. It's got the full game on the disc, and it's just kind of crazy that this is where we are. We're like, yeah, that stuff is now being considered newsworthy because we see what's happening. And Sony seems to be one of the last ones, man. That's really, they're the most physical based platform in the sense of you buy a PS5 game, not 100% of the time, but probably like 80 to 90% of the time, you're getting a proper physical version. Again, not 100% of the time. There are still PS5 games that don't offer that, but it's crazy. Yeah, I just hope that Sony, my wish is that Sony, or my hope. Yo, no joke. I just swiped down on my phone and Amazon Shopping is recommending an N64 to me. Why? Nintendo 64 system renewed, $98, 11% off. Why are they recommending this to me? I'm not buying that. No offense to the Nintendo 64. That was, I think, that was like the first console that I really played on, but why are they recommending that to me? That's super random. That's like the most random recommendation from Amazon I think I've ever seen. It's a sign. It's exactly what it is. It's a sign that my future is with Nintendo. That's funny, man. Could be. Who knows? Sony's going to go crazy. 0 Point, you're saying the PS5 Pro is the best value currently? Well, I mean, I know a lot of people don't feel that way, but I don't know. I feel like it's pretty damn good, man. I've been enjoying my time with the PS5 Pro. It's been great, specifically with Death Stranding 2, man. Like, every time I boot that game up, I have just this sheer appreciation for, like, man, this game looks so good and it's running at 60 FPS. This is great. Like, I'm not saying I couldn't ask for more, but it becomes harder to imagine what more I would ask for. But that's going to be where Sony comes in with the PS6. Yeah, Death Stranding looks insane, dude. Absolutely insane. Amazing game. Any news on the official PS5 Pro color plates? No. As of right now, no. There's no official news. Sony hasn't said anything. They haven't provided any updates. Right now, the only way you can get plates, different covers for the PS5 Pro is through third parties. So I don't know if they're going to do anything with that. You can't stop building roads and monorails in Death Stranding. It's insane. Yeah, I put I was doing deliveries back and forth from a couple of different places, and I forgot that I put up a time fall shelter, and I went to go use it, and I went to go leave a like on it because I was like, oh, this is useful, and I completely forgot. It's like, you made this. So it says like Mr. MBG like time fall shelter, and it had like 2,000 likes, and I'm like, cool. Like, I totally forgot about this aspect of the game where like it almost has like this social strand system, dude. It sounds so ridiculous, but it's actually an amazing system. It's so good. And as I was doing my trips, I saw that there was a bunch of lost cargo, but it was on like a cliffside, and I already had a bunch of packages on my back, and I'm like, what am I going to do? But then I saw that somebody put up a ladder, and I'm like, thank God. And the ladder just immediately takes you right up. And I'm like, this is great. And then when I had to go back down, somebody left a stake so I could just use the rope to descend. It's so cool, man. It's so cool. It's stuff like that you just I don't know, man. Death Stranding, not to, come back to it after talking about it earlier, but it really does have, I think, I played a lot of games, man. Like, I think this might have one of the single most unique gameplay loops ever created. Like, there's a lot of very unique games out there, but this game, it's just like, I can't even think of anything that's remotely like this, And it's great. And we have Delwyn Jones with a generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much for that, buddy. You're saying that leak has obviously done massive damage to Insomniac and would shuffle stuff around from what was originally planned. I don't know if Venom is true or not, but I hope it's true. But Tony isn't there anymore, so I feel that they may not be doing it. Yeah, I mean, it was really difficult to determine just like how much damage that hack did in 2023. It was safe to say it did us a lot, though, because the craziest thing about that hack at Insomniac was the fact that it wasn't just like a couple of things. I mean, it was literally like every single piece of information that they had stored on their servers was lifted. I mean, it was to a point where people were playing actual builds, playing on their PC illegally, mind you, but they were playing builds of Wolverine. And every time Wolverine would get updated, they could update their build and play. It was nuts. It was like, I don't think we've ever seen something like that before. So something like that definitely does significant damage. You're seeing confidential slides and confidential information. I mean, literally all of Sony's sales data leaked. We got to see how many units of all their games that they sold, their plans for PS Plus. I mean, it was crazy, man. I think it was very damaging, not just to Insomniac, but to Sony as a whole. And there's no doubt in my mind that it caused a significant shift in their plans. Now, you mentioned Venom, and you're saying you're not sure if it's actually happening or not. And you mentioned the fact that Tony Todd passed away as a potential reason for them to decide not to do it. I'll be honest, and it's obviously no disrespect whatsoever to Tony Todd, but I don't think they would. I don't think that would be a determining factor whether they go through with Venom or not. The reason why I say this is because I think Venom is clearly not going anywhere in the Insomniac Spider-Man universe. So I think really the decision comes in the form of, do we continue to do it as we originally were, where we're going to use Tony Todd's voice, and maybe they needed him to record more lines, but obviously he passed away and they can't make that happen. Or maybe they need to, like I said, recast and delay it so they can get, they can re-record all the voice lines. I don't know, Delwyn. The only thing I do know is that the latest rumor says it is happening. It's coming out next year, and I'll be here for it, man. I'm absolutely here for it. And we have Robert Rose with a $2 super sticker. It looks like it's a person raising their hand saying me. Robert, are you saying you would play Venom? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that you're enjoying Death Stranding? I'm not sure. One or the other. But yeah, Delwyn, once again, thank you for the super chat, man. Always appreciate that support. And time will tell. We're going to, if it's true that Venom's coming out next year, then we're going to get an announcement, I think, before the end of this year or early next year. I mean, you know, maybe Sony will do, Sony always does a state of play at the beginning of the year. Maybe there could be a Game Award announcement. Maybe it could be a January, February 2026 state of play. Maybe it could be the next state of play. Maybe there's going to be a showcase in September. I mean, there's many different things we could consider here. Saying it'll be interesting to see who wins Game of the Year. Oh yeah, the Game of the Year battle is going to be very interesting this year. Very, very interesting. Robert, this is the replacement, I guess we could say. This is the new one now. Yeah. Next state of play. Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously, the next state of play is Ghost of Yote this month. Corey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I mean, I know that right now the big conversation is, you know, Death Stranding 2 versus Claire Obscure Expedition 33 for Game of the Year. I haven't completed Death Stranding 2, but, you know, I loved Claire Obscure. Absolutely deserves to win Game of the Year. Currently still my Game of the Year. The further I get in Death Stranding 2, and the more I play, though, the more I'm like, I know it's like, of course it's going to take over your Game of the Year because it's a PlayStation game. But, like, no, dude, like, Death Stranding is... this game is blowing me away currently. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be a tight one, seemingly. It'll be a tight race. Close race. Yeah, I don't know if there will be a Death Stranding 3, man. Well, I'll keep you guys updated with the whole situation regarding Venom and whatnot, and you know, I'll let you know if we hear anything more on that. But now we're going to talk about Mark Cerny. He did an interview. He talks about a major PlayStation 5 Pro update that's coming in 2026. He's saying that it's going to bring, as he puts it, the full fat version of FSR4 onto the PlayStation 5 Pro, which is quite significant because FSR4 is no joke. It's, you know, it's a very significant technology that is doing big things for games. So it says here, if you play games on the PlayStation 5 Pro, it sounds like odds are good you'll be seeing an upgrade next year. Specifically, PS5 lead architect Mark Cerny has said the company is working on implementing an advanced graphics upscaling algorithm for PS5 Pro that should deliver better performance than its existing PSSR upscaling technology. According to a conversation I recently had with Mark Cerny, the new technology is a drop-in replacement for the current PSSR that should be straightforward for developers to accommodate when it arrives on PS5 Pro consoles in 2026. Of course, the PS5 Pro is slated to get this upgrade, as the base PS5 does not have the hardware to handle PSSR. This is potentially a big deal for PS5 Pro owners because upscaling algorithms like PSSR can deliver significant improvements in frame rate and image quality. These upscalers have become far more popular in the last few years, thanks in part to rapid advancement of the algorithms employed to improving graphics in real time. And while NVIDIA has helped lead the charge with its DLSS upscaling tech, AMD recently released a compelling alternative with the latest version of FSR4, or Fidelity FX Super Resolution, and AMD's Radeon RX 9000 series GPUs. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in with another very generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much, my friend. You're saying if my memory is right, there was a lot of unused dialogue for Tony Todd's Venom, and it would be a shame to see that go to waste. But they could use AI for his voice if it's what they needed to do. But I don't see them. You don't see them wanting to do it. That's your opinion. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a tough one because I would assume Insomniac would want to avoid using AI for something like that. I think maybe they could get approval, like if his family or, whoever's in charge of making decisions now, maybe they would approve that. But I think some people would definitely have a problem with it still. And it could create like kind of a bad look for the game, which I feel like Insomniac doesn't need that right now. But it is true. It is true that they do apparently have like 90% of like the unused dialogue. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and he drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. We know why he does it. We know why he does it. He does it in the name of Boss.
Hey guys, it's Boss here again, Meow. I can't wait for the next stream, Meow, so we can hang out and eat snacks together. It's gonna be a good time. Meow.
And Corey, thank you so much for that, man. So we had, I forget the name of the individual who became a member earlier. It was Hades. Hades became a member. Corey dropped 5. So thank you for that. Yeah, we'll see if we can keep that member train rolling as we go further into the stream. If we hit that 25 mark, we'll we'll give Boss some of his treats. We'll drop that on him. Literally, I'll drop the treats on him. And Omen86 coming in out of literally nowhere, following up Corey dropping 5 more membership gifts. Whose voice was that? That was Boss's voice. Yeah, that was Boss talking to you guys. Omen, thank you so much, man. JMR says, keep the train going. Well, we'll see. Corey dropped 5. Omen drops 5. We'll see if help. Oh, and there he is. I was literally about to say it. Dude, that's crazy. I was literally about to say, we'll see if Hellbound shows up. And as I was saying it, Hellbound 1981 drops 5 more member gifts. And just like that, we are at 16. No, sorry. We are actually beyond 16. No, wait, hold on. No, we are at 16. I'm sorry about that. I'm getting very confused. We're at 16 members, and we are now less than 10 away from hitting a goal. So we'll see if we can get there. I believe we can. Sometimes we get these trains rolling, and we can hit these goals real quick. And then Omen86 comes in. Omen86 comes in with another 5. They're tag teaming it, guys. 5 here, 5 there. 5 everywhere. JMR is screaming more. More! And just like that, we are at 21. And so, and there it is. Toolman does it. Toolman drops another 5 and brings us up to 26 members. Boss is going to be very happy. Yeah. Reps if we hit 50. Toolman, Omen, Hellbound, Corey, thank you guys so much. Just like that, we went from, I believe we went from 1 membership to just crushing the goal. So love to see it. I got to do a couple sound bites here.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
And it looks like Leia is actually taking point right now. Sorry, boss. You're gonna have to just hang tight, bro. Because Leia wants it. And Omen86 comes in. He's not done yet, guys. Omen86 comes in with another 5 members gifted. He clearly wants to keep the train going. He wants to keep it going. So that brings us up to 31. Omen, thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, really appreciate the support, guys. We're totally fan-funded here. We don't do sponsorships as long as we don't have to. So anybody who's dropping membership gifts, becoming a member, super chats, direct donations, those are all ways in which you can support the content and the community and keep things flowing here on the channel. And I'm very thankful for that. So is Leia. I feel like Leia rarely ever... I don't know what happened. Leia used to never like treats. She just didn't like them. She didn't care about them. But something changed in the last week or two. Well, maybe the last month or so. All right, boss, she's gone. She wants some now. Come on, boss. He's very distracted by something. Well, when you're ready. When you're ready. Good stuff, guys. Love to see those member trains. And yeah, we will have members content coming this week. We should be back tomorrow with another regular stream. We don't usually do members lounges on Sundays. So what we'll do is probably another lounge tomorrow. And maybe later this month, I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, but at some point I wanted to try to play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 when it comes out. I love the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games. Maybe I could do a members gameplay session with that, potentially. I would do Death Stranding, but I'm making progress in the story, and I'm just going to, it just feels like I'm asking people to spoil themselves if they haven't played it. We'll probably be doing a Death Stranding stream later on, down the line. No, 0 point. I agree 100%. I'm on chapter 4 right now, which is weird because I'm seeing people say they're on chapter 6 or 8 or 10, and I'm like, how much time have you guys put into this game? Because I'm about 15 or 16 hours into it so far, and I feel like I've been making pretty good progress, but people are lapping me, dude. I don't know if I feel like I'm falling behind. Actually, yeah, I think Tony Hawk releases this Friday, it seems. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've still been doing my nightly multiplayer sessions with Mrs. MBG and some friends, So that's definitely cut into my Death Stranding time for sure. But it's just weird because I've had so many play sessions where I'm just sitting there for 5 or 6 hours at a time. I think what's really slowing me down, like I said earlier, is every time I come across a new facility to deliver packages to, I feel this compulsion where it's I got to get 5 stars. And I think that's just really what's holding me up, man. I think I should be further in the game. Michael, you're on chapter 7. You're paused for now. Omen, you're saying you convinced another person about Days Gone this weekend. One more sale. You're welcome, Sony. Where's your commission, Omen? No, that's good though. We need more people to play Days Gone. Such a good game. I got to get on that too. I got to try to do my permadeath run. My mind was blown when you told me that you can save the game. You just have to do it manually at your motorcycle. I'm like, unreal. Can't believe I didn't realize that. Furious, you're saying you like to platinum your games to 100% completion. I do too. It's not feasible for every game though. It's just not possible for every game. If I could platinum every game I play, well, my platinum rate would be 100%. But some games, the requirements, it's just too much. Although I will be platinuming Death Stranding too. I am still going to try to go. I did get the platinum for Days Gone, but I need to try to get the 100%. And that's kind of what I'm hung up on right now. It's a slow burn game. As much as they've improved the quality of life and pacing to a degree, can't rush through. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I'm trying not to let anything get to me where I may feel like I'm getting a little bit left behind, but I'm still there's no rush, This is a game that I want to, every time I boot it up, I'm I want to make sure I'm in the right frame of mind. I don't want to feel, I don't want any distractions, and it's been working out really good so far. Truthfully, it's been really, um, it's been great, dude. Truly. And Delwyn Jones comes in with an even more generous super chat donation. Delwyn, thank you so much for that, man. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for all the support. Like I've said and will continue to say, we have an incredible community here, very generous community. Couldn't do it without you guys, really. Delwyn says the Wolverine game is still in development. My goodness, I remember the goosebumps were insane since we saw it with the 2021 trailer. Sad to see things completely delaying and being affected, but when they're ready to show, whether it's this year or next, I can't effing wait. Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement with you, Delwyn. I did talk about this a little bit earlier, but it's worth bringing up again in the context of your super chat. I was saying that it is kind of surprising, maybe a little bit shocking in some cases, that it's like, yeah, this game was announced at the September 2021 PlayStation showcase, dude. And I remember that showcase had a lot of Deathloop, and I was getting really mad. I remember I had a bowl of popcorn. How many of you guys remember this? I had a bowl of popcorn. I was getting really mad, and I'm like, why is Deathloop still here? Why are we still being subjected to Deathloop marketing? And it became kind of the meme at that point in the stream. But then at the end, they shifted to showing PlayStation Studio stuff. And yeah, they showed Spider-Man 2. They showed God of War Ragnarok. But then that's when they announced Wolverine. And I remember like jumping out of my seat for that. The excitement was pure. And I remember the way I described it, Delwyn, was like, that's like a dream come true type of announcement, where Wolverine has always been one of my favorite characters in general, but certainly my favorite Marvel character. I grew up with Wolverine, right? And knowing how good Insomniac is at what they did for Spider-Man, I remember it felt like a dream come true type of announcement that, like, holy shit, they're actually going to be making a Wolverine game. Now, had I had known at the time, and I think had everybody had known at the time, that this game's not coming till 2027 potentially, maybe the excitement would have been dimmed a little bit, Devil Shooters. Oh, for a second there, I was like, bro, you got the timestamp ready to go somehow for that showcase stream. But that's when you started watching Solaire. Yeah, I mean, dude, the most important thing, like I said, is Insomniac needs to take their time. They need to focus on the quality of this game. Wolverine, I think, is going to struggle to compete with Spider-Man, because for as popular as Wolverine is, he's no Spider-Man. Spider-Man has the broadest appeal, the most universal appeal. Wolverine is still a very popular character, and I think Wolverine has the potential to do very well. But I really want to see Insomniac nail this. I want to see this game get great reviews. I want to see it live up to fan expectations, and I want to see nothing but universal praise when it comes out. And I want to see Wolverine be a must-play game, just generally speaking. Of course, it'll be a PlayStation exclusive when it launches, but I just want it to be viewed kind of like what we're seeing with Death Stranding, but even more so because it will have more broad appeal, it being Marvel. I want to see it be a game that's like, you got to play it. Like, it's one of the best games of the generation. You got to play it. That's my hope for Insomniac and Wolverine, and I hope it sells incredibly well. And yeah, that's the dream, man. Will it work out that way? Time will tell. We still have yet to see a proper gameplay reveal, but the fact that they're willing to take their time and get it right and make the necessary adjustments, that gives me a lot of hope that, yeah, they're not taking any chances. They're only gonna show this game and reveal this game and release it when they know, like, all right, we cooked. So, Delwyn, once again, thank you so much, man. I always appreciate your enthusiasm. I think a lot of us here are kind of on the same page when it comes to a lot of these upcoming PlayStation titles, where the saying quality over quantity, I think, really rings true. And it's nice. Like, Delwyn, I'll say this last thing too, because this is something that I've noticed. It's nice to see somebody saying, you know, as long as the game is worth the wait, I don't care if it's this year or next year, as long as it's good, I can't wait to play it. I appreciate that sentiment, because a lot of times the sentiment I see is people basically yelling at Insomniac and being angry that the game was announced in 2021. Not saying that their frustration isn't justified, but it's nice to see a change of reaction, I guess you could say, or opinion, where it's good to know I'm not the only one that is not freaking out or feeling really upset that Wolverine's coming later than expected. And we're focused on the thing that I think matters most, which is they got to nail it. They got to nail the quality, man. They got to deliver a Wolverine game that will please fans. That's all it comes down to, man. And if they're not ready, then don't show it. Don't show it. Don't release it. Certainly not. Take your time. Let them cook. I think Insomniac, and to be fair, I think Insomniac's earned that. Before we continue to talk about Mark Cerny and the PS5 Pro and PS6, I just want to say one last thing, and that is that at the beginning of this generation, people were going crazy over Insomniac games, being like, man, they're dropping Miles Morales, they're dropping Ratchet and Clank, then they're dropping Spider-Man 2, and they were lapping other PlayStation studios, where it's like in the time that one studio put one game out, Insomniac put 3 games. It's like, I think that they earned time. I think that out of all the PlayStation studios we talk about, they're one studio that's like, yeah, man, if you need an extra year or even 2 years for your next game, you can take it. You've earned it, But we're looking at other studios, right? Like Naughty Dog, Chop Chop, come on. But getting back to yeah, absolutely, Corey. Yeah, I remember that too. When we were watching it, I remember it just showed the Marvel logo, and I remember watching the trailer being like, what is this? What is it? Is this Spider-Man? What is this? And yeah, once we saw, I think it was Logan's back to us, and he was wearing the cowboy hat. I think it was that moment that a lot of people realized what we were looking at, right? Like, is this Wolverine? But yeah, we didn't have that explicit confirmation yet. We didn't see the claws, we didn't see the logo, but a lot of people saw that. Like, he's got the plaid shirt on. It looks like Wolverine, right? Like, this is Wolverine. And there was a rumor leading up to that showcase that there was a big Marvel reveal or something. And then, yeah, the claws came out and it was over, bro. Good times. This is why I hope Sony does still do showcases, because I do miss that. Granted, that wasn't the best showcase Sony ever did. It's like, yeah, man, that was a crazy moment. That definitely one of the standout reveals of the PS5 generation. Saros, Phantom Blade 2026, Wolverine late 2026, Intergalactic early 2027, Final Fantasy VII finale maybe late 2027. We will see. We will see. Continuing on with Mark Cerny, the PS5 Pro upgrade / update, and the PS6. It says here some folks feel that FSR 4 is quite good and competitive with DLSS 4 at this point. And I recently learned that might be because of Sony's own Mark Cerny, and he's been contributing in some sense to the development of AMD's upscaling tech. That's because FSR 4 comes, at least in part, out of the work of Project Amethyst, a multi-year partnership between AMD and Sony that began back in 2023. I recently had the chance to sit down with Mark Cerny alongside AMD executives Jack uh, uh, Hyen? Hewen? I don't know how to say. I guess Hewen is how you say that. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but Jack H. and Jeff Connell to chat about how Project Amethyst has gone so far. And what they told me is essentially faster than expected. So we know that Project Amethyst was announced by Mark Cerny at the deep dive for the PS5 Pro. And now what Mark Cerny and the executives at AMD are saying is that they are making progress faster than originally anticipated. And we have a super chat from Omen86, and he says for Sony first party, the expectations are very high. It's actually insane that they've been able to hit that bar. It adds an extra layer to Sony games. I'm in agreement, you know? Omen, I think that... Uh-oh. Hold on. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. For some reason, our alarm system or whatever, it like it there was like saying there was smoke detected or whatever. I think it was glitched out or something. But basically the fire, I don't know what's gonna happen. Now I'm waiting to see if the fire department's gonna show up, because it's okay. Everything's good. It just, I like had a panic moment there for a second because I thought there was a fire. I'm like running out there, like, all right, shit's going down. But no, you know what it is? This system, I don't even think it's connected anymore, because we're not even really, we are not, we simply put, we haven't paid the company, because we tried to get out of like a contract like numerous times, and they just kept basically saying no. And then they're like, "Oh, we'll just give you a better deal." And we're like, "No, we want to be done with it." And so at some point, I'm just like, "All right, well, I'm not giving you money anymore, because I've called you people 4 times trying to cancel, and every single time you keep telling me that you can't for reasons, and then you try to give me a better deal, and I'm just like, I'm not giving you money anymore." So what I'm trying to say is, I think the system that's hooked up might just be broken at this point. Either that, or they're just going to mess with us now. They're just messing with us, where they're like, we'll just torture you now. I don't know. That was weird, though. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out on that. Because the smoke detectors that it was hooked up to, they're not. It's not even hooked up to it anymore. So I don't know how that could even go off like that. That's very annoying, though. Very annoying. I thought I was gonna have to take a hammer to it. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disconnect it at some point. It's a pain in the ass. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was. I did think there was actually something going on, and I'm glad that there isn't. Would have been content seeing the hammer, not gonna lie. Yeah, I should have just filmed it. All right, well, that's good. Now that my adrenaline's pumping and I'm like ready for action. No. I'm not saying no, we have smoke detectors, of course. Like this system was integrated with a separate sensor that it all like worked together. And it's been like disconnected for I think months and months now. But yeah, I don't know that thing out there. I'm gonna have to figure that shit out. Anyway, moving on. Everything's good. Where was I? I think I was reading a super chat from Omen. Michael says, "I'll help you, MBG. Help me, Michael. Help me." Remember the Death Stranding limited edition PlayStation Pro? Yes, the PS4 Pro. That was a really good looking console, dude. I remember that one. I almost bought that. But and the DualSense too. Translucent yellow. Very cool. But Omen, basically you're saying that Sony first party, the expectations are very high. It's actually insane that they've been able to hit that bar. It adds an extra layer to Sony games. I agree. Like, I think me and you and a lot of others are kind of on the same page where it's like that extra quality, like that bar that they try to strive to hit. I'm not saying that they hit it every single time. Like they have some shortcomings. They're not perfect. No publisher is perfect. No development team is perfect. But they hit it consistently enough that it's like, this matters, man. Like when Herman Hulse says that we strive to continue to have our tentpole single player titles hit a quality level that our fans have come to expect, I know exactly what he's talking about. And I do think it is disingenuous, from some people to make it seem like that's made up or doesn't exist. And this is why when people talk about, oh, well, you're okay with just a couple games launching a year, you're okay with that? It's like, well, it depends. If those games are going to be quite literally some of the best games I play throughout the entire generation, the answer is yes. I'm totally okay with that. I don't mind waiting. I don't mind getting less if what I'm getting is, for me personally, something that I know is going to be very standout. If Sony was only dropping like 1 or 2 or 3 games a year and they all just kind of felt mediocre or like they just weren't hitting the way that I would hope they would, the way I was expecting, the conversation would be different. I would start to feel like, man, Sony, what are you doing? Like, you can't be taking this long on your games and releasing fewer games and not having them hit, Animal, bro, why are you trolling, man? Why are you trolling? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm just happy with less games. You know what I'm saying. If I get fewer games but higher quality games, yeah, I can be happy with that. Just like I understand that there are people out there where they do want more games, and they're not really so worried about, like, for some people, they look at games like Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yote, and they're like, they're just not my cup of tea, so therefore the quality level doesn't really matter. I get that. I get it. Martin, you're saying, MBG, do I need to complete all the side missions in DS2 in order to get the platinum? I haven't checked the trophy list yet, but my assumption is you probably do, or at least a lot of them, like a certain percentage of them. But I haven't checked. I'm not going to be checking the trophy list probably until I get close to beating the game. Garrett, you're saying less games. I'm swimming in games. Well, that's what I mean, man. Like, I think that if you buy a PlayStation and the only reason you're buying a PlayStation is for Sony's first party games, yeah, you're not going to be swimming in games. You're going to be getting a couple of games throughout the year that are going to be some of the highest quality titles that probably released that year. But I would argue that most people who buy a PlayStation console are doing so not just to play first party games. You have first party games, you have second party exclusives, timed exclusives, third party games, free to play games. I mean, if you go check the PlayStation Store, there's more games than ever before. There is a lot of slop on there, like I said, that Sony should clean up. But Garrett, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think some people, when they talk about how they engage with games, they kind of make it seem like the only type of games they're playing is just this one specific type. And that's, I guess, applicable to some people, certainly. Like, there are people where they just play one type of game and that's all they look for, but I just don't know how many gamers out there truly only buy a PlayStation console just for the exclusives. Maybe, I mean, look, I'm sure there are some. And I do see that on occasion. We're like, oh, well, Death Stranding just dropped or Ghost of Yote dropped. Time to dust off the old PlayStation. And I get that. I think Sony still cares about that. I think that's something that Sony's like, yeah, well, if that's the only way we can get you, then we'll get you that way. But I think the general sentiment and idea is if you buy a PlayStation, you're going to use it for more than just one or two exclusives. I think most people are using it for more than that. And I can only speak for myself at the end of the day, man. And Garrett, I will say that we're probably in a similar place where I'll be honest, man. I oftentimes feel overwhelmed with the amount of games I would like to play on my PlayStation 5. But because of the way I like to play games, I like to be very thorough. I like to try to do everything. You're saying 10 exclusives last year, by the way? 10? Wait, Garrett, no, I thought it was just 3. I thought it was 2 or 3. You're telling me 10? That can't be right. You're probably right, though. Last year was kind of an interesting one because I told people, I'm like, dude, Sony seems to be dropping. I mean, look, are we counting Concord in that? Maybe we'll take Concord out. Martin, I'm not going to do that at this particular moment. Yeah. The Casuals buy sports, GTA, Call of Duty, Sony published. Concord was the biggest hit, bro. Starting to think that Red Dead... I see people talking about Red Dead Redemption 2 in the chat. I'm starting to think that Red Dead Redemption 2 PS5 version isn't actually happening. Hope I'm wrong about that. I would say MGS5 is the best Metal Gear Solid game mechanically. No. That's got to go to Metal Gear Solid 4. But yeah, just to kind of wrap up what I was saying sorry, I'm just a little bit all over the place because I wasn't, always love when situations arise while I'm live streaming. But Omen, all I'm trying to say, man, is that I totally understand where you're coming from. Absolutely. What you're describing is literally what made me say back in, 2017, 2018, I'm going to buy a PS4 Pro now. And I'm going to buy all these games and play them on the PS4 Pro. What you're describing is what brought me over, what brought me back. And so obviously for me, it's going to be a big deal. Can't say it's the same for everybody, but all right. Continuing on with the Mark Cerny interview. It says here, if you're not familiar, Project Amethyst was unveiled late last year in Mark Cerny's PS5 Pro technical seminar video. It's basically a fancy word for AMD and Sony teaming up to work together on building better machine learning algorithms and CNNs for improving game graphics. Sony brings its expertise in console hardware and game development. AMD brings decades of experience building graphics processors. Both companies can freely use the results of the collaboration in their own work, as AMD already has by releasing FSR 4. This is not for proprietary technology, Mark Cerny explained. This is really trying to move the industry forward. Obviously, we want to use these technologies on our consoles, but these technologies are available to any of AMD's customers freely. According to Cerny and AMD's CEO, the two companies are collaborating even more closely than they did when they designed the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, with teams across Asia, Europe, and North America meeting regularly to share their findings. Perhaps unsurprisingly, they claim that both companies are learning something valuable from each other and that has helped accelerate their progress. So, something I want to highlight here that I think needs to be emphasized is the fact that Mark Cerny is saying that the technology that he is working on with AMD is not proprietary. This is quite significant because what this ultimately means is that whatever potential innovation that Mark Cerny and AMD, come up with together, it's not going to be exclusive to the PlayStation 6 or Sony, right? Sony will probably get first dibs and prioritization just because Mark Cerny, he's the architect of the PlayStation 6, but he does make it clear that this is something that this pursuit is to try to, rise the tide and lift all boats, right? To make it so that it's technology that can be used on anything across all game development. And yes, this does include Microsoft and Xbox. So whatever Mark Cerny's working on right now, technically, again, if there's some kind of breakthrough at some point, whatever that technology ends up being, Microsoft would be able to use it too, but so would Nintendo. And I think that this is very clear that that Mark Cerny he really does seem to be, him and the engineers at Sony and AMD, of course, they seem to be very much focused on, like, we need to figure out how we're going to push the industry forward. And we can't let things like proprietary technology and trying to leverage it from a more corporate level get in the way. And the fact that Sony is okay with that is, I think, pretty interesting, and very telling and good. I think that this is probably the better way to go about it. But yeah, I thought that was a standout thing that he said in this interview that was worth highlighting. So it continues on by saying, as an example, Mark Cerny mentioned that Sony helped AMD researchers integrate more demanding, graphically complex scenes into their research because Sony has seen firsthand how developers try to cram as much detail as possible into every scene. Mark makes us a better company. We push each other, says AMD's CEO. AMD, on the other hand, pushed Sony to set up a dedicated quality assurance team specifically focused on vetting whether each new integration of an upscaling algorithm was actually better than what came before. This was news to us, said Mark Cerny. We did not have this at Sony Interactive Entertainment. It really hadn't occurred to us, and it turns out it was vital. That anecdote may help explain why this collaboration has reportedly made such quick progress. Mark Cerny claims he expected Project Amethyst, to take years to generate any significantly better upscaling algorithm, and was surprised when the team did it in roughly 9 months. The algorithm they came up with could be implemented on current generation hardware, said Mark Cerny. So the code-developed algorithm has already been released by AMD as part of FSR 4 on PC, and we are in the process of implementing it on PS5, and it will release next year on PS5 Pro. And we have another super chat from Omen86. Sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. He says, this is how you build partners, work with AMD, and think long term. Xbox really shot themselves in the foot by rubbing developers the wrong way. I do think that Microsoft, when you look at, I would say, the approach that Sony took with the PS4, and you saw the approach that Microsoft took with the Xbox One, it was interesting how Sony came out first with Mark Cerny in February of 2013 to reveal the PS4 Pro, or sorry, just the PS4, although they didn't show the console yet. But the main thing that Mark Cerny kept talking about is how the whole philosophy around the PlayStation 4, and it's understandable why this shift occurred because of the struggle of the PS3. The whole philosophy around the PS4 was developer first, developer friendly, developer first. And Sony was quite literally obsessed with making sure developers were happy and that they were listening to what they wanted the console to be. And that philosophy obviously worked tremendously well, not just for the PS4, the PS4 Pro, but carried on to the PS5, the PS5 Pro, and it's going to carry on to the PS6 as well. When you compare that to Microsoft, I think Microsoft, to their credit, I think they've tried with Xbox numerous times. I think the 360 was a very developer-friendly console, but the Xbox One seemed to kind of be the beginning of the deprioritization. Boss, stop that. The deprioritization somewhat of, a developer-first approach, where Microsoft's approach with the Xbox One seemed to be more along the lines of, we need to focus on things like the Kinect and, and trying to make sure that there was kind of these, I guess you could say, gimmicks, right? Gimmicks, the TV thing. I think all that stuff actually did take away from the development side. And you kind of saw this when, the big problem was developers were not prioritizing the Xbox One. They were prioritizing the PS4. And I think that naturally that just carried over, where even though the Series X corrected that, and even the Series S, the dev environment, we've heard numerous times throughout this generation that the dev environment on the PS5 compared to the Xbox is just, it's not that the Xbox environment is bad, but it's just that Sony has worked incredibly hard to make the dev environment, I'm not a developer, but everything we've heard, super, super easy and user friendly. And, you have to question what that means in the long run for, not necessarily PlayStation hardware, but Xbox hardware. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I think that right now, the big question is if Xbox is no longer going to have a development environment. And that would actually kind of make sense and line up with their new hardware, where Xbox, they may be getting ready to just announce that our dev environment is the PC environment. If you're developing for PC, you're developing for us too. And that, that wouldn't be a bad thing per se, but it would be a transformative thing. And that, I guess the Xbox development environment doesn't really exist anymore. The environment that existed for the original Xbox, the 360, the One, the Series X, the Series S, it's kind of been traded in for the PC. And Sony obviously has no interest in doing that. Sony is not PC. PlayStation is not PC. Maybe for Microsoft, that kind of makes sense to do it this way because they are, Windows is PC, right? So, but yeah, I think that when we analyze the different partnerships here, we're going over this partnership with Sony. I think that it's very clear, Mark Cerny doesn't necessarily, he's not an executive, or, I don't even think he's technically an employee at Sony, but he clearly is kind of doing this on behalf of Sony, right? I think that's fairly obvious. He is developing the PlayStation 6. He's developing the entire PlayStation, next generation of PlayStation hardware. And family of devices and the technology that's going to power them. Um, I think it's safe to say that this collaboration between Mark Cerny and AMD is something that will ultimately be quite significant for the entire industry, but certainly for PlayStation. When we look at the announcement that Microsoft made, where they're collaborating with with AMD on the next generation hardware, I think it'll be good, but I just don't get the sense that Microsoft is in the process of working with AMD on such a deep level, trying to really innovate certain technologies in the space. And what's interesting is, like I said, what Mark Cerny was saying, whatever he ends up figuring out, man, they're not locking it away to PlayStation. So I guess in a sense, if you're Microsoft, you maybe you don't even have to, right? I don't know. It's very interesting to see the progress that AMD has been making. Oh, geez, boss. This cat. It's been interesting to hear about the progress that AMD's been making in general, but especially with Project Amethyst, because the thing that I think also needs to be highlighted and maybe underlined is the big thing that Mark Cerny is seemingly trying to convey in this interview is that he's surprised at how much progress they've made. That he wasn't expecting to make this much progress this quickly with Project Amethyst with AMD. And I think that's that's a promising sign. Like, genuinely. Like, I think it almost sounds to me like he's saying that he wasn't expecting to have what is essentially FSR 4 ready to go for the PS5 Pro by 2026. It almost comes off that way. Cerny is second party. Technically, yeah. It's certified. Oh, man. Mark Cerny is not part of PlayStation. He was hired by PlayStation to make consoles for them. Yeah, basically. He's almost like, I mean, it could almost be viewed as a contract, like being a contractor, but Neutral Zone, you're saying it's funny that Xbox says we partnered with AMD, and in your eyes, they're not innovating anything. Now PlayStation does it, and they're revolutionizing gaming. Well, I didn't say they're revolutionizing gaming. In fact, Neutral Zone, I don't think what you just said is an accurate representation of what I just said. I'm pointing out that it seems the collaboration with Mark Cerny and AMD is very deep, where Mark Cerny is literally in the trenches with the engineers at AMD trying to innovate in the name of progressing the entire industry. Mark Cerny is doing that, I think, kind of on his own. I don't even think he's doing that. I don't even know that he's doing that on behalf of Sony. I say this because if he was truly doing it on behalf of Sony, I think there would be some kind of and it is going to be proprietary. I think it's just Mark Cerny probably convinced Sony that, listen, this will be good for us. This will be good for the PlayStation 6 and the future of PlayStation hardware because, I mean, let's face it, man, you want somebody like Mark Cerny at the helm. You want somebody like Mark Cerny developing your hardware and trying to innovate on that front. Again, it doesn't mean that Microsoft and Xbox can't benefit from it as well. I'm sure they will. Like, the fact that Xbox is working with AMD, I think that means that they will benefit from this work. But I just think it's more along the lines of Mark Cerny probably will. Well, I mean, it's kind of like what we're seeing now. You know, PSSR exists on the PlayStation 5 Pro. FSR 4 is coming, and you don't hear about any of this stuff at the very least, for the current Xbox consoles. And I think that is just kind of a sign that, yeah, I think the PS5 Pro to an extent is the result of a deeper collaboration between Mark Cerny and AMD, and the fact that Mark Cerny is not building Xbox consoles, he's building PlayStation consoles. I'm not saying it's revolutionary. I just think that if you want to frame things as Sony and Microsoft are doing the same things, but only one of them is doing it good and the other's doing it bad, I think that's just an entirely flawed way of looking at it, because Sony and Microsoft are not doing the same things at all. Even with their collaboration with AMD, the collaboration that Microsoft has with AMD is just generally different. It's just different. They're not, it sounds very much like Microsoft is planning on making custom PCs, ultimately. Sony's going to make a console. And in the middle of those two things, you have the genius that is Mark Cerny, who doesn't work for Sony. He doesn't work he's not an employee at Sony. He's not an employee at Microsoft, but he was hired by Sony to make the PS6. So I just think it's a situation where, knowing Mark Cerny, I think everybody's going to benefit from this. I think his intent is, it's not about making things, like he said, proprietary or exclusive or anything like that. It's just about, trying to find the best path forward for technological advancement in the hardware space. That also involving consoles. Yeah, FSR 4 is really, really good. From what I understand, FSR 4 is like pretty much on par with DLSS at this point. We're very close to it. Pushing polygons, you're saying, but MBG, they are doing some of the same things. Microsoft is going to have Direct SR, Super Resolution, and Frame Gen, but they're doing it in-house. Sony has taken on the AMD open ethos and is sharing. Okay. I didn't realize that. Pushing polygons. I didn't know that they were using Super Resolution and Frame Gen. Don't people, if I'm not mistaken, though, don't people not really like Frame Gen? Hasn't Frame Gen proven to be kind of problematic? Although I think a lot of developers still use it. You think consoles are one of the key growth factors for the gaming industry, and to Sony removing exclusives that might weaken the consoles' strengths that are already there? Sony kind of sucks. Yeah, that's what I remember people complaining about. Frame Gen and Black Myth Wukong on PS5. Or on PC as well, I think. Frame Gen is good when a game can already hit 60. Yeah, there you go. I think that's what it comes down to. If it's from trying to get a game from 30 to 60, it can be kind of rough. But if a game is already at 60, I think Frame Gen is considered pretty good. Latency, artifacts. Well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, look, dude, I'm not trying to constantly make it a PlayStation versus Xbox thing. I mean, to be honest, I'm getting really, really, really burnt out on those conversations. I'm just here to let you know that the fact of the matter is PS5 Pro is out. Microsoft doesn't have a Pro console. What Mark Cerny's doing right now, he's talking about a big update that's coming to the Pro console for the PS5 next year, and it's bringing FSR 4. And it's like, that's pretty good, man. And I'm listening to this interview of what this guy's doing with AMD, and it's like, geez, he's in the weeds, man. Like, Mark Cerny's straight up in the weeds with AMD right now, really looking to push things forward, and that's fascinating. Um, there's a good chance that the PlayStation 6 will be the last console that Mark Cerny ever does. Maybe, possibly, no guarantee, but it could be. It could be his swan song. So it's like, yeah, man, I'm all for him trying to, you know, do something big in the console technology space to leave his the most lasting mark he could. No, not you pushing polygons. If anything, I'm appreciative that you said that because you're just helping inform me, and that's only a good thing. And Omen86 with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, if I was a billionaire, I would release a new Sega console with the entire Sega backlog free at launch. This would help get them back in the game. Omen, is this your way of trying to tell me you're not a billionaire? I think Omen secretly is a billionaire. And I think this is an idea he just had. I'm not surprised, Omen. I know if you had basically unlimited money, that's obviously the first thing you would do. We need the Sega Dreamcast too. It's time. Now it's time to rise. I don't know, actually. Maybe. He's not a billionaire, he's a trillionaire. Well, Omen, who knows? Maybe it's not too late. Maybe you will end up a billionaire one day. And if you do, this could be a reality. There's a lot of people that love the Dreamcast. A lot of people feel like its life was cut too short. Cerny is never leaving. He will make a copy of himself and implant it inside the PlayStation 6. You think the PlayStation 6 will be the final console too? I don't think so. I don't think it'll be the final console, but I think it could be the final one designed by Mark Cerny. Continuing with the interview here. It says here, this sounds like good news for PS5 Pro owners as AMD's FSR4 was launched in March of this year to generally positive press. My colleague recently played Call of Duty on AMD's Radeon RX 9070, which is built on the RDNA 4 architecture, and he was impressed with how well FSR4 makes the game look and run on a mid-range graphics card. While FSR and PSSR are two different algorithms, Mark Cerny suggests that the version coming to PS5 Pro in 2026 is in no way weaker or less than AMD's FSR4. He says it's not a cut-down version of FSR4, he explained. It's the full-fat version of the co-developed super resolution that we will be releasing on the PS5 Pro. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what final form the successor to PSSR takes when Sony hopefully rolls it out in 2026. Mark Cerny said the company is still working with developers to figure out the best way to release an update to PS5 Pro owners. So expect an update on that from Sony in the future. I expect we'll continue to hear about advances coming out of Project Amethyst for some time to come, but while I think the impending PSSR upgrade is pretty intriguing, I'm still a little surprised to learn the architect of the PS5 has his hands in AMD's upscaling technology, because what I didn't really think through until after I chatted with Mark Cerny and AMD's CEOs was that the fact that AMD is also building software and hardware-based learning on learnings from Project Amethyst. So when AMD ships its next wave of graphics cards, they will have been designed with input from Mark Cerny and Sony engineers. Big chunks of RDNA 5, or whatever AMD ends up calling it, are coming out of engineering I am doing on the project, said Mark Cerny. And again, this is coming out of trying to move things forward. There are no restrictions on the way any of it can be used. AMD's chief GPU architect, Mark Manter, and his team will presumably be able to use whatever they glean from Sony via Amethyst to design the next gen of AMD graphics hardware, which will lay the foundation for a future of PC gaming. if rumors are to be believed, we could see the next generation of AMD graphics tech as soon as 2026. But on the Sony side of things, Mark Cerny doesn't expect to be talking about anything other than software for years to come. AMD is moving extremely quickly, Mark Cerny said. What I'm trying to do is prepare for the next generation of consoles, so my time frame is multi-year here. And there you go. That's the entire Mark Cerny interview. Really interesting stuff, man. I'm trying to figure out, so everything that Mark Cerny is doing, Sony seems to be completely okay with. And I find this intriguing because it all is kind of focused right now on well, it's not entirely focused on the PC side of things. It seems like Sony is trying to, this is Sony's way of trying to ensure that adequate progress can be made on the PlayStation side of things. And that it's like, listen, we're okay with the idea of Mark Cerny helping out AMD on the PC side of things because we will benefit directly as well too, the PlayStation console, that is, and the PlayStation hardware. And I think if anything, this just kind of once again highlights that I don't think Sony sees PC as a competitor. Like, I don't think Sony views PC as competition because the fact that they're just so comfortable with this and so okay with it. But it's even extending to the point where, I mean, Mark Cerny is saying, yeah, whatever we come up with, whether it's me or AMD or both of us, it's gonna be usable everywhere. So interesting times, certainly in the hardware space. But when it comes to the PlayStation side of things, I have to say, I find it very interesting, truly, that apparently I will be getting a significant update on my PlayStation 5 Pro sometime next year. That when it rolls out, every developer that's making a AAA game that's going to launch on the PS5 Pro is going to be able to ultimately look even better and run even better potentially due to this update. That's the reason why I think that's so fascinating is because I don't think we've ever seen something like this in the console space. This might be the first time where I kind of thought to myself, well, the PS5 Pro rolls out in November of 2024 and PSSR comes out with it. And that's basically it until the PlayStation 6, right? So developers will have this new upscaling tech they can use with the PS5 Pro. I wasn't expecting to just, to find out that basically like a year and a half later, or maybe 2 years later, potentially, that, yeah, you're going to, the console that you bought is going to get even better thanks to this upgrade. Now, obviously, it does come down to developers and how developers use FSR4, or what will be, I guess, PSSR 2.0. I don't know if that's what they're going to call it. But it's going to be up to how they leverage it and use it. But considering what we've heard about FSR 2 or 4, it's so good. It pretty much is like on par with DLSS or very close to it. It's giving it a run for its money. And DLSS is considered the gold standard. I mean, this makes me think of like GTA 6. It makes me think of Wolverine. It makes me think of Soros. It makes me think of any 2026 game. And like, I'm looking at something like Death Stranding 2 right now. And we got Ghost of Yote coming. And other third-party titles as well. And I think these games all look really good. Some of them look really, really good, right? Like Death Stranding 2, and they run amazing. I mean, geez, man, how much better could it get? How much better could it get? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out, man. But it makes me feel like the PS5 Pro was ultimately a worthwhile investment. I mean, I already feel that way right now, but I have to say I was not expecting to find out that we're going to get just another major upgrade to it. So yeah, good stuff, man. Mark Cerny, he's doing some good work. Project Amethyst making really good progress, apparently going faster than they expected. The next batch of GPUs and CPUs from AMD is going to be RDNA 5. And it will be interesting to think, like the article stated, that when we see these next generation GPUs announced, Mark Cerny has a direct hand in developing it. So I have one other question here, and maybe you guys can help, speculate on this a little bit. What is Sony's angle here? Like, I just find it interesting that Sony seems to be so okay being this collaborative with a third-party company, that being AMD. What do you think? Like, do you think from a business side, like high-level business-wise, is there a separate angle here? Digital Dude 25 with the $5 super chat says, I can't believe I'm going to buy GTA 6 for the PS5 and PS6. Absolutely. We all know it. We all know it, Digital Dude. Nothing to be ashamed of. You're not the only one. You'll be far from the only one. No competitors at the moment. Interesting. Mindshare, simple strategy. Paul, you think it's the end of PlayStation consoles? What do you think? You think Sony's going to have like PlayStation branded GPUs coming up? Mark Cerny helped develop this PlayStation branded GPU to put inside your computer. No, I don't think that makes much sense. I don't think they would go that angle. You think, Gaming Survivor, you think without competitors, Sony is back to making lazy, short-sighted decisions? When a real competitor rises, they'll be forced to using proprietary and exclusive tech / IP, etc. What's interesting, I think AMD is worth more than Sony. Huh. Yeah, I do think that Sony having such a willingness to collaborate on a deep level with AMD, I think it shows a bit of a shift to a degree, but I think a beneficial one overall. I don't think it will be bad in the end, where like Sony, I think, has big plans for PlayStation hardware going forward. I think that's kind of obvious, but we know they're going to have a PS6, but we also know that they're planning on doing a proper native handheld for the first time since the PlayStation Vita. And I think that everything that they're trying to do here is in the name of, maybe trying to make sure that when they have like the next generation family of devices and PlayStation branded hardware, that none of it, all of it is, really if not at the cutting edge, as close to it as it can be. I mean, we think about the upscaling tech, right? And how this seems to be a vital component to Sony's ambitions, starting with the PS5 Pro, but going into next gen. And we think about this dedicated handheld, we think about pricing. I mean, do you think maybe that's what this all comes down to? I'm starting to wonder if that's what this all boils down to, is pricing. Is that maybe it's been, well, it's not that I was going to say it's been figured out. I feel like we've known this for quite some time. Like, if Sony can be at the cutting edge through Mark Cerny working with AMD, where it's like we've had a major breakthrough where, we have this new the latest version of FSR/PSSR that, we can basically run a game at like just a ridiculously low resolution, and this algorithm and this upscaler, it's so advanced that like it just runs it at what seems to be like basically native 4K 60. And I just question like what I'm trying to say here. Let me back up. What I'm trying to say is, if the only way Sony can make an affordable PlayStation 6 is by putting a substantially weaker and more affordable GPU, well, no, see, I don't think that'll work either, because you kind of need you would need a more cutting edge GPU to even facilitate this type of technology. I don't know. I'm just trying to view it from different angles, where like what exactly is Sony's end goal here with this collaboration? Because I know what Mark Cerny's is. I think Mark Cerny's is very pure in that, he's an engineer. He wants to have technological breakthroughs and progress. But I know from Sony's angle, they're running it from a business angle, where they're like, they have a strategy, they have some kind of goal in mind. So, they want to be able to use this in a specific way, in a certain way, and I just wonder what it is. Maybe it's just as simple as what we're seeing right now with the PS5 Pro, where it's like we just want to have the best. Like, maybe it's just simply that Sony feels as though they have to try to remain. I said earlier that Sony doesn't see PC as competition, but they have to in the console space make sure that they are offering what seems to be an affordable alternative, or even competitor to, an equivalent PC or something. I don't know. It's hard to determine, but good stuff in general. I think that this collaboration between Mark Cerny and AMD is a good one overall. Something that I feel like nobody's really going to have a problem with, because as Mark Cerny said, it's going to benefit everybody. What if they're trying to do a PC hybrid? Oh, no, I don't think so, man. I think for Sony, that just doesn't make any sense, You think AMD was taking too long to advance, so Sony sent Mark Cerny to help them? That's an interesting angle. Send in the Cerny. You do wish more companies would experiment with pricing. MBG, a couple of weeks ago, you said Sony would increase the price of the PS5 to be on par with Microsoft. Now Nintendo, do you think Sony doesn't? Do you think that doesn't happen anymore? We would have heard about it. No, I actually, believe it or not, I think the PS5 price is going to go up. Yeah. The reason I say this is because a couple of months ago, Sony told their investors, they said, listen, we stockpiled enough PS5s to last us about 3 months, give or take. And the whole thing was, depending on what happens with the tariffs. And I don't know, has there been any update on that, guys? I haven't been paying much attention. I feel like a couple of months ago, that's all that was being talked about, is tariffs here, tariffs there, tariffs everywhere. And now I feel like nobody's talking about it, and I don't know what's going on. My assumption is no news means nothing has changed. And so I am absolutely prepared in the next couple of months to find out that Sony announces a price increase for the PS5. And I don't think it'll be their fault. I just think it's, they gave a warning to everybody. They're like, listen, man, we don't want to increase the price. We need to keep the PlayStation 5 profitable. And if the tariff situation doesn't change, I just think that that's what's going to happen. But you have to question, what kind of damage would that do to Sony's momentum? I mean, yeah, they have not a ton of competition, but July 9th is the deadline for the tariff stuff. Really? That's in 3 days, bro. Wow. Yeah, so I still think a PS5 price increase is coming. I think it's going to suck. I think you're going to see people lose their minds, which is going to be, I guess, par for the course. But, I think anybody who's been paying attention will kind of realize that, yeah, like that this was kind of telegraphed like months ago. Inflation has gotten better though. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I know I'm looking at it from the glass half empty, but who knows? Maybe Sony's just like, no, dude, if we like, maybe they just don't do it. Even if the situation isn't fully resolved, they're just like, we really, because I think Sony's afraid. And I think they should be. I think they're terrified to raise the price of the PS5, at least in the US. That's their biggest market. But yeah, man, I I don't know. Hiroki Totoki did go on record saying that sales are not their main priority right now. MAUs are. Maybe that's because it's another way of them signaling that they're going to increase the price, and in doing that, they are anticipating that maybe sales will drop or slow down. You bought a disk drive for your Pro. After 5 years, you're starting to embrace physical. I'm glad to hear that. I feel like it's a little late, but better, late than never, right? Nah, I'm good, Tarnished. I'm just gonna be riding solo. Irfin, you're saying if the tariffs hit, there's no doubt the PS5 price will go up. Is that more likely, or a PS Plus price increase, in your opinion? That's a good question. Yeah, maybe. Well, actually, yeah, they did say that maybe they would do that first. Maybe they would do a PS Plus price increase to try to offset it. But it seems like if the tariffs do go through and nothing's resolved, or nothing changes, it seems like some kind of price hike from the Sony side is unavoidable, which will suck, Price hikes suck, but seems like the price of everything is, or not everything, but a lot of things are just going up. We must be frugal to weather the storm. I mean, it's like when we talk about the idea of Sony's games going up to $80, it is kind of surprising, in my opinion, that both Nintendo and Microsoft have pulled the trigger on $80 games, and Sony is the only one that hasn't yet, which I'm genuinely surprised by that. Like, I was fully ready for Sony to be the second one after Nintendo, but maybe they will next year. Maybe they're holding it for the PlayStation 6 like we talked about. Yeah, maybe they'll just stick with the $70 price point for their first party games until the PlayStation 6. But yeah, it sucks either way. You don't know how many people can pay $80 for multiple games a year. Well, some people, I don't think it's that people will be priced out of buying games at $80. I just think it's going to make people get more picky and choosy, where if you got 3 games you were going to buy and they were all going to be priced at 70, but now they're going to be priced at 80, that's an extra $30 across the board. Maybe at that point you decide one of those games, maybe I'll just wait for a sale. I think it will hurt game sales to an extent, but I don't think it'll be like, I don't think it's going to stop people from enjoying their games though. Like I made the statement with the Switch 2 with Mario Kart World, and I still stand by it, which is like, I think one of the reasons you're seeing the Switch 2 sell so well and why you're seeing Mario Kart World sell so well is because I just don't think most people are going to let $10 stand in the way of them enjoying a game that they want to play. I think some people will be priced out no matter what, where it's not, if they had it, they would pay for it, but they simply don't have it. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that I think the industry is becoming more clear cut as time goes on that you have to pay to play unless you're a live service. If you're a live service, you could be free to play. But the whole idea is we want to keep you here if we're a live service. So that way you have a higher chance of spending money over a longer period of time. We have a direct donation from Moonshot, aka Josh. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, watching your news video today had me thinking about my time with Spider-Man 2. Impressive game. I had a great time with it. Insomniac is an amazing team. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Josh. First off, thank you for watching the video. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I think Spider-Man 2 was a really well-made game. I think Insomniac did a great job. I think Insomniac has done a great job this entire generation. I think that Spider-Man 2 had a couple of shortcomings, certainly. I think maybe in some areas it didn't land the same way that Spider-Man 2018 did from a story perspective and a pacing perspective, but still a very, very good game. Like, really enjoyed my time with it. Most of my time, like 80 to 90% of my time with it. And it was a platinum that when I was done with it, I'm like, I'm satisfied, man. It's another one in the books. So I agree. Who's buying Mario Kart World at $80 instead of getting the bundle? True. That's true. Yeah. Maybe that was the strategy. Make the bundle seem more appealing. Kind of an interesting strategy. We do have another topic that we are set to discuss, guys. So before we move on to it, I want you to do me a favor if you haven't already. Take a moment and please hit that like button. All right, we're sitting at 154 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 175. I would like to try to get to 200 likes at some point. I think we could achieve that. It helps the streams with the YouTube algorithm, and it lets me know you enjoy the content. But now we need to talk about what's going on with Naughty Dog. Interesting situation that has popped up. So over on Naughty Dog's Twitter, they say here with an official statement to our Naughty Dog community, we wanted to let you know that studio head Neil Druckmann delivered the following message to our team this morning. I've made the difficult decision to step away from my creative involvement in The Last of Us on HBO. With work completed on Season 2 and before any meaningful work starts on Season 3, now is the right time for me to transition my complete focus to Naughty Dog and its future projects, including writing and directing our exciting next game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, along with my responsibilities as studio head and head of creative. Co-creating the show has been a career highlight. It's been an honor to work alongside Craig Mazin to executive produce, direct, and write on the last 2 seasons. I'm deeply thankful for the thoughtful approach and dedication the talented cast and crew took to adapting The Last of Us Part 1 and the continued adaptation of The Last of Us Part 2. And not too long after, Haley Gross says, with great care and consideration, I've decided to take a step back from my day-to-day work on HBO's The Last of Us to make space for what comes next. I'm so appreciative of how special this experience has been. Working alongside Neil, Craig, HBO, and this remarkable cast and crew has been life-changing. The stories we told about love, loss, and what it means to be a human in a terrifying world are exactly why I love this franchise. I have some truly rad projects ahead that I can't wait to share, but for now, I want to express my gratitude to everyone who's brought Ellie and Joel's world to life with such care. So, this, I think this can be interpreted a couple ways, but I'm starting to think that essentially there was a massive, maybe I shouldn't say massive, because that sounds, maybe that's hyperbolic, but I think there was essentially a bit of a falling out with Neil Druckmann, Haley Gross, and HBO. And I want to highlight something here that I think is kind of comical in a way. Just goes to show why you got to be careful who you listen to on the internet. Truly, people will just say what they need to say to keep the narrative going. And I know I'm the last person to defend Neil Druckmann, but I saw people basically trying to use this as like, well, you know, yeah, Neil Druckmann was the one making The Last of Us HBO bad. But what's so funny about it is that with season 2 of The Last of Us HBO, it was actually the opposite. The only 2 episodes that people seem to really like, he directed, Neil Druckmann, that is, and was in charge of. Every other episode that people were memeing on, people were, they were dragging it across the coals. They were absolutely obliterating it. Those were all the episodes that Craig Mazin was in charge of. The "I'm gonna be a dad" line, that was Craig Mazin. And I just feel like something happened where, like, I don't know, something bad seemed to happen between Neil Druckmann and HBO where, I don't know, maybe I'm starting to wonder if, like, Neil Druckmann and Haley Gross are like, we don't want our names attached to this anymore. I don't know if that's the situation. I don't know if it's more of a situation like, he wants to work on something else at Naughty Dog and he needs more time. I don't know. Showrunners have the most important roles, not directors, though. True. Unknown, there's no way you said potato daddy. Well, I feel like this was done intentionally where it's like, all right, we could just basically have Neil Druckmann say that he needs to dedicate his full time to game development now, to the upcoming games. And that makes sense, but I feel like, what was he doing this entire time? I'm not gonna lie. I read this more so that there's just, I think The Last of Us season 2, I don't think it was received very well. I think the game from a critical standpoint was received well, I don't know. Then again, The Last of Us season 2 I think is sitting at a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. So you could say the same thing about that. I don't know. I don't know which way to read this. I think it could go either way. I think on one hand, it's like, yeah, this could have been creative differences. This could have been them just being like, here's what I want to, here's Craig Mazin saying, here's what I want to do. With season 3 and Abby's section, and Neil Druckmann and Haley Gross just being at odds with it. Or maybe it really is just simply that Neil literally can't do it. It could be that. I don't know. I do know that Naughty Dog has 2 games in development. One that Neil is directly involved with as a director and a writer. So yeah, you would imagine that would take up the vast majority of his time. Especially as maybe they're closing in to kind of getting to the final stages of development. And then the other game is a second single-player title at Naughty Dog that Neil Druckmann is not directing, nor is he writing, but he is producing on. So yeah, I mean, I do imagine that this has to, I think this has to do with maybe more so the game side. That's my guess. I it's a coin flip, but the one thing that I did take note of with this news is it seems like it was kind of considered a big deal. And I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know if it just seems like it was treated like, I don't know, like the announcement, the Naughty Dog Twitter, the last time I remember seeing it, a write up like this put out was when they canceled The Last of Us Online. I'm like, it's being treated like it's a pretty big deal. And that's what's interesting to me, because I feel like if this was as simple as, oh yeah, I just don't have the time to work on it anymore, they wouldn't have really shined such a big light on it. Like, it wouldn't have been made as such a big deal. But this news came out the same day that Xbox was announcing all their layoffs, and I feel like I saw this trending, I think, even more so than the layoffs in some instances. So I don't know, man. It's an interesting situation. Eternal, you're saying you read that The Last of Us Season 2 declined in viewership by 5.3 million. Damn. I don't know how Intergalactic's going to be. I have, I have confidence in Naughty Dog to create a fun game, a quality game, certainly. You think Joel dying already left a void because that also meant less fans of Pedro Pascal? I mean, that to me is something that I do wonder how HBO really felt about that, where it's like, bro, you're having Pedro Pascal. He is quite literally the most famous person on the planet right now. Like, literally. You're having him play this role where he's just going to be, he's getting the axe. And then the focus is going to be on characters that are not Pedro Pascal for like 80% of the time, or even 90% of the time. And I don't know, man. I wonder if, I imagine that Neil Druckmann and everybody else would not have agreed to do the edit. I think they even talked about this. They said that they were shopping The Last of Us around, and they would only agree to do it with whoever was going to give them the creative freedom. And Neil Druckmann has done nothing but praise HBO, saying that they've given them all the creative freedom. But you do have to wonder if maybe this is a situation where, HBO was not fully prepared for the detrimental impact, potentially, of, okay. At first this seemed like a good idea, but now we're looking at our viewership, and now we're looking at the numbers decline. Now we're looking at, the amount of hate, or, just, I don't know. I don't know if maybe they were just like, is there any chance? Because listen, if you were to ask me, MBG, why do you think they put such emphasis? They made a big deal. They put out a whole announcement. Neil Druckmann no longer involved with The Last of Us HBO. Why do you think they decided to make a big deal about that? When I say they, I'm talking about Sony PR. I think it's because HBO is about to do some crazy stuff with the final 2 seasons and make some major changes that I think Neil and company want to make. I think the writers of the game want it to be made very clear that they had nothing to do with it. And Joel will be revived. They're going to do something. I really think they're going to do something. And I have to be honest, I'm now more interested in it, because it could be a train wreck, an even bigger train wreck. It could be awful. But the fact that I think the main message that's being conveyed is the writers who worked on The Last of Us 2 game are no longer involved with the last 2 seasons that revolve around this game. They'll make Joel a cage zombie. Can't get worse than the Potato Daddy. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, man. Maybe they'll just... Maybe they're not going to make major changes. I don't know. I don't want to overthink it. To be honest, to me, this wasn't a big deal until I noticed, like, oh, this is being treated like a very big deal. And I'm like, I don't understand why it's this big of a deal. So there must be something to it. But I did notice that people were, trying to make it seem like Neil Druckmann was the one who made season 2 so bad. And I'm like, bro, I'm going to be honest. I watched season 2, and I can confirm that the episodes he directed were the better episodes. Still had issues. I think the casting was still not great, but the episodes that really started to lose me, where I'm just like, okay, I'm losing interest. And you know what's funny? I think one of the things that became clear with season 2 of The Last of Us HBO, at least to me, is that I think it kind of reaffirmed that people want more Joel and Ellie. And I know that it's like, well, Pedro Pascal, they want Pedro Pascal, but I feel like there was that general sentiment in the gaming community from some places where it's like, we want more Joel and Ellie, and we got less Joel and Ellie, in this game. And I feel like you compound that with, not only is it just people, viewers of the show want more Joel and Ellie, they want more specifically Pedro Pascal Joel with Ellie. I think they want more of that. And I think the show basically was like, you're not getting that. So I don't know. Interesting times. I feel like there's always kind of controversy around Neil Druckmann these days, man. It's going to be controversy around Intergalactic, controversy around The Last of Us. Why did I say like that? The Last of Us? The Last of Us Season 2. Just controversy, man. This is why when we talk about Naughty Dog as a studio, I'm just eager to see them show us gameplay of Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. I'm eager to see that because I think the gameplay is going to do hopefully it will do a very good job in cutting through the nonsense, where it's like, if the gameplay is very high quality, top notch, different than anything Naughty Dog has done before, and looks just really, really great, I think it's going to be really hard for the more disingenuous types of conversations and discourse to take over. And I think, normal, rational people who, like playing video games, that will start to take over. But that only happens if Intergalactic actually looks good. That only happens if Intergalactic has really good gameplay. I think, unfortunately, you're going to still see people talking about the character having a shaved head and making it seem like it's some kind of hideous looking monster for some reason. When in reality, I feel like the character just looks fine. It's just, nothing too crazy going on here. But, you're still going to see that no matter what. But I do think that if they can show gameplay and they can just get the conversation, if they could just get the conversation focused around playing the game, the playing of the game, if they could do that, I think we're in business. I think there's a good path forward, but there's a lot hinging on that. We don't know when we're going to see Intergalactic gameplay. We don't know exactly what to expect with it. A lot of unknown factors. Why can't Neil just be normal? It's a great way to put, yeah, Neil, why can't you just be normal, man? Why you gotta be weird? The days when everybody loved Naughty Dog's games are long gone, sadly. Intergalactic will be divisive too. Yeah, but I mean, I agree with that, Irfan. The thing that I think Intergalactic could end up doing, I think it could end up revealing that a lot of the people who are engaged with these particular conversations are actually disingenuous. And I say this because it's like you can't get away from the controversy of The Last of Us Part 2. You can't. You're talking about beloved characters. You're talking about characters that, you know, they were the main characters of the first game, and people absolutely loved them. They loved Joel and they loved Ellie. You do something like you did with with Joel's character, that's going to be controversial. It does not matter which side of the fence you're on. It's going to create a divide. You know, obvious. That's more than obvious, but that's because these are established characters. I feel like with Intergalactic, the main difference, and I did talk about this before, but it's worth bringing up every time we talk about Intergalactic. The main difference with Intergalactic is that this is a new character. There's no context. You know what I mean? Like it's all new. It's all fresh. And I'm not saying that means you should like it. It just means that people should be going in with a I don't want to say giving the benefit of the doubt, because that's not going to happen, but people should be willing to be able to acknowledge that this is, this is new. This is a new character, a new game, a new world, new cast of characters. There's no attachment, is what I'm trying to say. There's no attachment. So people should at least be willing to just let it reveal itself first. You know what I mean? You don't think that her look is connecting to the agenda that all female protagonists are lesbian? Well, I mean, I've talked about this before, Piper. I do think that the pendulum has swung a little bit too far in one direction, and I think we've seen that come through in Western game design and development. And I think by this point, we might be able to get back to a more balanced spot. And to me, a balanced spot just looks like, frankly, not everything kind of trying to strive for the same outcome, like I'm not like the first thought in my mind when I see Intergalactic isn't, what is this woman's sexuality? I need to know. That's not the first thought in my mind because, well, I mean, why would it be? The first thought in my mind isn't, why is she bald or black or whatever? The first thought in my mind is, well, frankly, I mean, what the hell what is this? Like, what is this game? That's the first thought in my mind. And when it becomes clear by the end of the reveal, this is what this game is. The second thought is, okay, so is this game going to be good? Like, honestly, that's all. Like what would just be normal? Please, the second thought is, please God, just let this be a normal video game. I don't know, man. I think people are being way too presumptive about Intergalactic. I don't mean to sound defensive, because I could be wrong. I could end up hating that game. To be clear, I could end up hating Intergalactic. I just think people are being too presumptive, and that, like, we've barely seen anything. Like, I don't know how you could be that upset at a 4-minute cutscene where, like, barely anything happened. Like, the worst thing you could say is that character seemed uninteresting. And then, yeah, that could be seen as a negative. Like, yeah, if the character is uninteresting, automatically you're maybe less interested in this game. Maybe the setting to you is uninteresting. Maybe you're not interested in space. You're not interested in, the tease of the sword combat or whatever, the melee combat. These are all things that I think are rational and make sense. But people like, I mean, flipping their desk and screaming and like losing their mind over like half the stuff that they are, point out about this. I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, like I'm not saying you're wrong. You could be 100% right. I just need to know why is it this intense? Because you don't know if you're right. Just like I don't know if I'm right. I guess what I'm saying is I don't feel the need to be like, no, you're all wrong. You're all wrong. Naughty Dog's going to prove you wrong. Neil Druckmann's going to prove you wrong. This game's going to be a banger. This game's going to be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I'm not saying that. I would never say that. I don't know. Why would I say that about any game? I don't know. I have no idea. I just expect people who are not willing to give it the benefit of the doubt and assuming something more negative to not do the opposite of that, where it's like, this is going to be a dumpster fire, train wreck, completely woke, most woke game ever made, virtue signal, the whole thing, that's all it's going to be. It's just going to be trash. And it's like, why does it have to be one or the other? What if it's just a fine video game? Like, I'm serious. Like, what if it's just a fine, relatively high quality video game that doesn't have some kind of insane, brainwashed messaging that they're trying to beat you over the head with the story constantly, and the gameplay is just overall very good, very fun. Performances are pretty good, attention to detail is good. Like, what if it's overall just a fine game, a good game? I feel like people are not looking at that, They're not looking at that. They're like, no, all I see is a feminism simulator by a woke feminist, And it's like, well, I hope that's not what it is. Because, yeah, that's going to suck. And if that is what this game turns out to be, like some people believe it is, it's going to flop. Because nobody's asking for that. I would like to think Naughty Dog as a studio is smart enough to know that. I would like to think Sony as a publisher is smart enough to know that. But it's like, okay, well, you know what, guys? It's going to suck if you're right. I hope you're not right. Because if the people who, are the most against the Intergalactic, if they turn out to be right, yeah, I think that's going to be it for Neil. And I think that's going to be, I'm going to say that's going to be it for Naughty Dog. Certainly not. But there's going to be a major upheaval with Naughty Dog. And maybe that could be a good thing. Like if it is that bad, it's like, yeah, we need something to change, dude. We need something to change. But it might not, like, I'm just wondering, I don't know. I just think to myself, what if that's kind of the point of like, it's going to seem like it's going to be some kind of controversial thing, but it's just not. It's just going to come out. It's like, it's just a normal game. There isn't some kind of big message that it's trying to say. Like Neil's not trying to say anything truly controversial. Like, it does seem like the game is based around religion. Well, actually, it's confirmed it's based around religion. Is he going to have something to say about Christianity? Is he going to have to say something about, Judaism? I don't. Is he going to have something to say about other religions? Sure. But is that, like, we've been there. Like, that's what I find that a lot of people are overlooking, man. I think people are overlooking that, like, Naughty Dog is treading territory that it's not even remotely new from a story and premise and plot perspective. That's why I think we need to maybe think more about what the gameplay is going to be like. Because I think even Neil Druckmann said himself that he didn't say it this way, but he kind of insinuated and implied that the story is going to be less important this time around, where you're going to have more environmental storytelling. And he wants more of the emphasis to be on just kind of being in the world and uncovering things yourself. And I'm like, I feel like that's going to be really hard to make controversial, man. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Elden Ring and Dark Souls and Inside and games like that, where it's like it's not. And I actually, to me, that is more interesting. And I think people are overlooking that he said that because it's like that sounds like the opposite of The Last of Us and Uncharted, where those games there's no room for it, figuring anything out yourself. It's just, I mean, there is some environmental storytelling certainly in these games, especially The Last of Us Part 2, but in terms of like the main story, it's it's beating you over the head. Like you can't escape the main story and plot points, and they're meant to be divisive. I don't know that that's what this game is going to be. I get the feeling that it's going to be like if there's any truly like controversial statement that this game is going to try to make, I think it's going to be hidden. Like, I mean, literally, like you got to look for it in the environmental storytelling, and you have to uncover it, and then maybe the outrage will begin. But I don't know. I just I'm super fascinated in Intergalactic. I could end up being very let down by it and feeling like, man, this is just not what I thought it was going to be, what I hoped it would be. It is planned to be a franchise. I get most excited when I hear Naughty Dog talking about how excited they are about the gameplay they've cooked up. That excites me. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, listen, if there are some like random things that are a little bit like for example, Guerrilla Games, right? We know where Guerrilla Games stands politically. They don't hide that. They make it very clear, with some things how they feel, and they even put some of that in their game. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that makes me hate Horizon and it makes me not enjoy that game at all. No, it's just as long as you're not making that the main, as long as that's just kind of taking a seat in the 5th or 6th row, and everything else that's important to make a video game fun and enjoyable is prioritized, whatever, man. I'm not going to sit here and throw a fit like some kind of man-child over something so inconsequential. But the moment it does become it that's in the first row, because that's the most important, and then everything else seems to be taking a back seat to that. To me, that's where I start to question, like, whoa, hold on. I think you guys are losing sight of what should be the priority here. Yeah, it's like any art that you engage in, I fully expect the artists to insert themselves a little bit into, just a little bit, like leave their mark. Like with Kojima. It's like, I could be wrong, but it's like Kojima's very obviously like pro-life, man. Like, I think that's very, very obvious. Like, almost to a point where I'm not saying he's beating you over the head with it, but it's like, I mean, geez, like I don't see how you could interpret it any other way. And I don't see people losing their minds because I don't think he's, I don't know. It's again, it's all about it's about the intent, where it's like, could the things that Kojima puts inside of Death Stranding 1 and 2 be interpreted as being pro-life? Absolutely. Oh, absolutely it can be. Is that really the intention, though? That, like, I'm hoping people walk away with my pro-life message? I don't think so. I think it just kind of finds this really balanced middle ground where it's like, it's not trying to really aggressively say something to you. It's not trying to yell in your face. Kojima's not trying to yell in your face, like, here's the message. The only message he's actually seemingly trying to yell in your face with Death Stranding 2 is climate change. Outside of that, yeah, and that's the thing, man, where it's like, artists and writers and directors can absolutely insert their, parts of themselves and their beliefs into their art. But I just think as long as it's handled with care and it's not done to try to stir the pot and rattle the cage intentionally, I think when it's, when it's done intentionally, I think you're overreaching. I think people recognize that. I think it becomes more about you're trying to practically troll people and annoy people, and I don't know. I don't really appreciate that in most storytelling, because that ends up being it ends up being the demolisher of nuance, man, where like the conversation and the thought process behind certain things may be deep, but there's no room to kind of dissect that depth because everybody's too focused and fixated on the major statement that was just made. Not what's behind the statement, but the statement itself. Yeah, exactly. We should not have connected, a reference to social media. I mean, that's pretty overt, but it also, what's interesting is that, yeah, like Sam in the game is basically connecting the internet to people. Like he's like connecting people. And there's a downside to that. And I think, but I think that's something that's just, there's no really like controversial statement there because I think everybody pretty much is in agreement that the internet is good and bad. It has good qualities, it has horrible qualities, you know? I don't know. I mean, I'm playing through Death Stranding 2 right now, and I'm not going to spoil any story beats whatsoever, but yeah, man, I mean, I'm noticing once again that Kojima, he's bringing to life certain characters, and there's one character in particular that I haven't seen too much of yet, but I'm like really interested to see how it works out um with this one character, because it seems like it seems like this one character in particular has the room for it has the potential to be the most nuanced character, because it's either like this one, the character I'm referring to is either going to fall in the category of, okay, this is just over the top and kind of silly, it's almost like cartoonish, or it's going to actually turn out to be something much more in depth that is actually like if this character is trying to say something. um but I don't know. I'll talk about it when we do our spoiler cast for Death Stranding 2. But anyway, I'm going on and on and on at this point. We're 3.5 hours into the stream. Probably going to wrap it up in a couple minutes. All this is to say that I'm willing to give Intergalactic a chance. That's basically all I'm trying to say. There's no guarantee that it's going to be the game for me. There's no guarantee that I'm going to like it or certainly love it, but there's also no guarantee that I'm going to hate it. I'm just going in with an open mind, and I'm not going to let the first reveal trailer, because I won't lie, the first reveal trailer didn't hook me. I can be honest about that. That like when I watch that Intergalactic trailer, it doesn't get me as excited as other trailers that I've seen from other games and other developers, and that's just the truth of it. Honestly, it's Naughty Dog's talent that I am still excited about. It's just knowing that even though that trailer didn't hook me, what's a 10-minute Intergalactic gameplay demo going to look like? And will that hook me? Something tells me that there's a pretty high chance of that happening. But we'll see. We'll see. You're saying then be ready to be disappointed. Maybe. I mean, I am ready. Truthfully, I am prepared to discover that I am genuinely not going to be interested in Intergalactic. Like, it's a game I'm either going to pass up on or a game that I'm going to end up being just very underwhelmed with. I'm prepared for that. But I'm not rooting for that. I'm not rooting for that because that sucks, dude. Like, I don't want any game that I want to buy to feel like that or support. I don't want any game from any studio that I believe is this talented to feel that way. I don't know why anybody would. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. Tarnished, you're saying Sneaker SO talked about the, quote, absurdly high churn rate, end quote, of Game Pass, and Xbox's plan to gradually wind down. I'm assuming he means wind down Game Pass over the next decade. I'm not even a little bit surprised, dude. If that's true, if Sneaker SO, he seems to be a reliable leaker. If that's what he's saying, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen a lot of conversations taking place about Game Pass recently, and to be honest, I don't care to engage in it, because I've made myself clear in how, like if you were to ask my thoughts on what do you think about Game Pass, what do you think about the business model of Game Pass, I've made myself abundantly clear. I'm seeing high profile AAA developers coming out and having conversations about it publicly for all to see. There's just no reason for me to talk about it anymore, man, because what's going to happen is going to happen. And what I'll say is, the past week, quite literally, like some of the most devastating cuts and layoffs that, in a short period of time in gaming occurred. And, some prominent leakers and insiders like Sneaker SO have come out and they're telling us like what's actually, what Microsoft's internal plans are and what they're striving for. And I've learned that it just doesn't matter to the vast majority of people. And so I use the term that the well has been poisoned. So I am no longer going to drink from that well. I am going to pass up on that. All I can say is we'll see what happens. I have no interest in Game Pass. I'm not subscribed to Game Pass. I won't be subscribing to Game Pass. More power to anybody who does. I play on PlayStation. I buy my games on PlayStation. That's where I play my games. That's what I'm worried about. So that's all I can say at this point. I'm like I said, I'm checking out. I've said all I could. We'll see what happens with PS Plus too. Yeah, I mean Sony seems to have plans with PS Plus, but I feel like almost everything that Sony's doing with PlayStation, it's kind of like what we're doing is working, so we're just going to keep doing it. That seems to be Sony's strategy with almost all aspects of the PlayStation business right now, except for, a few areas of experimentation. Yeah, that's very true, Gaming Survivor. And Omen86 comes in. Omen's still here, bro. He's still here. He's lurking and he's listening. He comes in and he drops another 5 membership gifts on you guys. Over 3.5 hours into the stream, he's still dropping member gifts, bringing us up to 36. I think Omen wants to get another member train going. We'll see if it can happen. We're at 36. We're 14 away from hitting a second goal, which is, we put it at 50. If you guys want to keep that train going, by all means, I'll encourage it. We'll have some members content coming this week. We'll do some members lounges. You missed the vibe from the Uncharted games. I don't know if they're going back to Uncharted or not. There's a chance Naughty Dog might still be doing an Uncharted game alongside Intergalactic. They are doing a second game. It's possible, man. Where's Silent Spartan with the 50? Yeah, I don't know, actually, now that you mention it. Who knows? Maybe he'll still show up. Bro, I mean, that dude has come in literally like, I think, 10 minutes prior to me ending a stream and done it sometimes. So you never know. You never know, man. At this point, you'll take a remake of the first Uncharted. A remake of the. I mean, I think that's a remake. Some people would. I don't know. I don't know that. I think some people would be excited for a remake of Uncharted 1. I just don't. Because I'm trying to think, like, what else would you do with Uncharted? Because Uncharted 4 was a pretty damn good ending, at least to, like, Nathan Drake's story. I mean, if they do another Uncharted, it will star Cassie Drake, you know, I would assume. And I feel like people are going to lose their shit over that, even though it kind of makes sense. Not even kind of, like, it does make sense to go in that direction. But I feel like people are going to lose their minds over it, you know? You replayed the Blue Point remaster recently and it holds up well. You'd rather have an Infamous remake. Release the Vita Uncharted game on PS5. That, you know what? Now that you mention it, kind of surprising that they didn't do that already. You would have thought that that would have been like a go-to remaster / remake. Because that game, I think, is still locked on Vita. Maybe they could do just a full-blown collection. Uncharted 1 through 4 with, you know, Golden Abyss. Nah, they wouldn't. Sony seems to be completely uninterested in trying to do, like, yeah, that was Sony Ben too, which is interesting. Sony seems to be very uninterested in doing collections of any kind. I mean, I almost get the feeling that they would be more open to doing full-blown remakes, like an Uncharted 1 remake or an Infamous remake or something, than they would doing, like, collections. Which it's interesting, though, because I feel like these collections, if they were to do them, they probably would sell very well, or at least well enough to certainly justify their development. Yeah, I don't know what Blue Point's doing at this point, man. I don't know. We have Delwyn Jones with another very generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much, buddy. You're saying here, I'm not a big fan of TV shows. However, I'm liking The Last of Us Part 1, Daredevil Born Again, and The Last of Us Part 2 was fine, but not as good as Part 1. But Neil did the right thing to leave now and focus on Intergalactic. Can't wait to see what the gameplay is going to look like. Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I mean, you mentioned Daredevil Born Again. I've heard really good things about that. I'm going to have to check that out. Also, did you guys hear that apparently John Bernthal is returning as the Punisher in the next Spider-Man movie? Yeah, apparently that's a thing. Very interesting. But I think season 1 of The Last of Us HBO was done very well. And I think just because I have an inherent love of the first game, much more so than the second game, I liked season 1 a lot more. I think The Last of Us 1 is the closest thing to, you know, a perfect single player story with amazing gameplay. It's like the closest thing to what we would consider just a perfect game, you know, a perfectly paced game. So it makes sense to me that the adaptation of that into a show, I mean, hardly any changes needed to take place. There were some changes that they made, but not nearly as many because it was just that well done, I think. And yeah, I watched season 2 of The Last of Us and they lost me, man. Like it will take a lot, honestly, without being a hater, just being honest, it will take a lot to get me to resubscribe to HBO to watch season 3. Like, honestly, the only way I could justifiably see myself doing it is for content, you know, and I try not to do that. I try not to explicitly just do things for content, but oh, I don't know, man. I will say there might be just a sheer curiosity in like knowing that Neil Druckmann's not involved, knowing that like this is Craig Mazin and the writer's room and HBO completely separate from Neil Druckmann and Haley Gross. Curiosity to see what type of changes they would make, if any. But yeah, man, I'm right there with you, Delwyn. I want to see this intergalactic gameplay. I want to know. I want, you know what I want to know about intergalactic more than anything, Delwyn? I want to know if this is going to be Naughty Dog's take on an action RPG. Because Bloodborne and Elden Ring have been referenced numerous times by Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog. We know that this game is going to be mostly combat, melee combat based. I mean, could this game be similar to like Jedi Survivor? That'd be pretty sick. And we have Digital Dude 25 with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Digital Dude, saying, I'm logging off the internet for a month when Intergalactic comes out. I can't take the grifting. And Yote as well. Well, Digital Dude, I hope you don't. I mean, I understand. I think that's a good thing to do. You might have to do that. I hope you'll still tune into the channel because I'll tell you what, man, I'm not tolerating the nonsense here on the channel. Like, and that's not to say that people can't voice their opinions. Obviously, absolutely you can. But yeah, I don't, especially with Ghost of Yote coming up. Intergalactic, it's hard to determine right now because we know so little, but I've seen enough of Ghost of Yote to know that the people it's those people that we're talking about. The ones who, right from the jump, Ghost of Wotai, garbage, trash, bad game, Western game, whatever. Like, I had to fight that a little bit. I had to push back against that and say no. Like, no, I'm not jumping to that conclusion, and I'm not judging this game based off of an actress's Twitter posts because she has her own political beliefs. I don't care, like, I'm going to judge this game that hundreds, I don't know if it's hundreds, but at least 100 or more, 150 devs probably worked for the past 5 years to develop to one of my favorite games, Ghost of Tsushima. I'm going to let them show me the game. I'm going to let them roll it out, show me everything that they want to show me, and then I will determine how I feel about it. And I'm glad I went with my gut instinct on that, Digital Dude, because the initial reveal we got didn't show too much. It didn't show too much. But then when we got the second trailer, it showed even more. And I'm like, okay, this is looking really good. I have yet to see anything that's been revealed for Ghost of Yote that makes me feel anything less than extreme confidence. Truthfully, the only thing that I'm left seeing, frankly, are some people, that are not worth paying any attention to, but like the only thing that they can seem to say is like woman, like that's it. Like that's literally all they have. They have that, and they have, I don't like what this actress who plays this character has to say on Twitter. That's all they have. And I'm like, if that's your reason for not playing what is, in my opinion, going to be a Game of the Year caliber title, good for you. But I have no interest in engaging in conversation with you about this game. I'd rather talk to people who are actually going to be playing for the right reasons. And they did confirm there will be hot springs. They kept the same energy. Respect to Sucker Punch. They kept the same energy. I didn't think they would do it. But yeah, man, you talk about the grifting. I mean, dude, I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I'm done talking about the grifting. The internet is what it is in 2025, and I'm done paying attention to it. It's drained me too much, man. Like, it's taken too much out of me. It's too much time, too much energy, and to no avail. And I realized that, you know what? The only thing that matters is the enjoyment of video games in the year 2025 and the conversation about the video game industry in 2025. And to me, that's all that matters. And that's what I'm focused on. That's what I'm going to be focused on. Kind of like what we've been doing here with Death Stranding, man. I feel like I've been streaming a lot. I mean, how many streams have I done? I've done probably close to 10, 12 streams since Death Stranding 2 launched, and I feel like every single stream it's been difficult not to bring up Death Stranding 2. It's been difficult not to talk about how much I'm enjoying it. I've had to actually continue to deviate from it because I'm getting too close to talking about story related stuff. And the game's not been out long enough to do that without spoiler warnings. And that's what matters, man, is it's just like, yeah. And I'm looking forward to it too. I'll say this, Mr. B. I'll say this. I was playing Death Stranding 2 yesterday, and I'm not going to say where I am in the game, although some of you might already know, but I'm not that far into the game. And there was a new cutscene that I saw, and it was a longer cutscene. It wasn't super long, but it was longer than most others. And I legit, I started choking up a little bit. No joke. And I'm like literally sitting there, like I'm like sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, how is this happening right now? Like, it's too early in the game. Like, this can't be already happening. And it was just, I don't know. It was hitting it was striking the right chords. And I don't know. There was, I don't want to spoil anything, and I will absolutely talk about these things in a spoiler cast. But like, there was something that I was watching in this cutscene that spoke to me in like a really, I guess maybe just because something I experienced this year, like it really just, I don't know, it hit me deep, man. And I just was not expecting it. Like, it came out of nowhere. And, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Irfan. Like, bro, I'm only 15 hours in this game. I'm like, why am I, like, Kojima, why am I crying? Why are you doing this to me? But no, not yet, Nick. I haven't experienced that. But this is what I'm talking about when it's like, I don't know, man. It's these type of experiences, and it's that, it's funny because like Kojima said in one of his more recent interviews, like one of the reasons he wants the game to be more divisive is mainly because he wants to evoke emotion. Like, he wants to evoke something. And my God, man, like, I think he's just on another level with this game. Truly. Like, I don't know if it's because he's older now and he's wiser, or he just understands more about life, maybe more experiences, but and actually, no, Ghetto God, that was a big moment too, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. The moment I'm talking about might be kind of surprising to some people, but he cooked too hard, man. And that's true. Yeah. You can absolutely evoke strong, poignant emotions without being overly divisive. The divisiveness I think that's optional. It can absolutely be the spice you add to the recipe to give it some extra kick if you want. But yeah, man, it's fantastic. I mean, it's just like, God, man, he's cooking. He cooked too hard. Kojima wants to stress you out. Dude, I want to say it's just so hard not to keep talking about Death Stranding, but like, they understood the assignment. Kojima and Kojima Productions, his team there, they understood the assignment of like, one of the best ways to open this game up much quicker is give people more tools. And when I say tools, I'm actually talking about vehicles as well. I understand, looking back on it, I think with Death Stranding 1, Kojima's whole mindset with that, I think, was you kind of have to earn it, right? A lot of the more useful tools and gadgets, as well as just things you can set up like zip lines and whatnot, and vehicles, it kind of comes either like, a third into the game, midway through the game, and towards this, much later in the second half of the game. And it kind of had this, it felt like it should have been that way, because it's like, you got to earn it, right? You got to build up to it. But I think that the realization occurred that maybe it would just be better to just kind of rapidly introduce most of the stuff from the start, and just kind of it gives it more of a sandboxy feeling, where I do recall in Death Stranding 1, I felt like, I had so many more, and maybe this is where that one review I was reading where the reviewer was saying that they didn't like it as much because it didn't feel as difficult. And I didn't understand what they meant by that. And I think what they were talking about is in Death Stranding 1, you have to just find a way to make your on foot deliveries work. Like there's no workaround. You can have certain tools like ladders and stakes and stuff, but um or anchors, I mean, you can't, you have to make it on foot. And only after you do that enough times and you really put in your time and you actually you learn the ropes, then you can start using the motorcycle. Then you can start using the transport carriers and all this stuff. And I think maybe it was a wise decision to kind of forego that this time around to make it more accessible, where it's like, listen, man, um, we're just gonna give you a transport vehicle, all right? And it's gonna make your life a lot easier. But I think that's just great because it's like you don't have to use that. And there, it hasn't happened often, but there have been some times where I'm like, no, I'm just gonna take this one on foot. Like I want a little bit of an extra challenge, you know? And I had this moment recently where I encountered an enemy encampment, and one of the things I came across this randomly because I didn't know about it. And maybe some of you here playing Death Stranding 2 don't know about this right now. You can drop your backpack by holding triangle. And when I tell you that this has been the biggest game changer when approaching enemies in general, enemy encampments, you drop, yeah, you hold triangle, you drop your backpack, and it frees you up. And literally, I'm not kidding. When you do that, you are playing MGS5 The Phantom Pain, essentially. It turns into MGS5. So I, approached an enemy encampment, and I think there were like 7 or 8 enemies, and they were pretty close to one another, and they had lookouts, and they had the lens flare. Yeah, you got to make sure you drop your backpack out, far enough away where I actually didn't know it could be stolen, but I'm not surprised to hear that. And you hold triangle, drop your backpack. You can, I think, carry at least one firearm with you, or at least your secondary. And from that point forward, man, yeah, you're infiltrating. And it just, you have so much more flexibility and maneuverability, and it makes the biggest difference, where I actually feel like much less intimidated and stressed going into those encampments without, feeling over encumbered by, man, I got like 6 packages on my back right now. If I go into that bush, the packages are just going to be sticking out. It just feels like, no. If somebody sees me, I'm not even going to be able to run away properly. So just a heads up, if you didn't know, that's a very useful mechanic. You love that there's a constant tension where you can screw up and make a mission 3 times more difficult than necessary. Absolutely. Either that, and the screw up can actually come in the lack of preparation, where they tell you to try to map out your path, and that is important to do because it you can hope that if you run into a really steep cliffside or a deeper stream that you can't really cross without getting losing your footing and getting washed away and damaging your packages. If you don't prepare properly, you don't bring a ladder with you, you don't bring these different tools, you got to just hope that somebody else put that down for you, and that it's going to show up in your world. If not, you're going to have to take the long way. You're going to have to go all the way around. And that can be challenging sometimes because then you run into like 10 other things that you weren't expecting to along the way. It's such a, running out of battery, not bringing the PCC. Yeah, bro, and you also, you want to travel light, not too heavy. It's so good. It's just so good, man. I'm just so happy that Death Stranding 2 is getting the recognition it deserves, because I knew Death Stranding 1 was greatness. I knew it was. And I knew that people were misjudging it. And even when I was playing it, I knew, like, man, why do I get the feeling that this could be even better? If Kojima had more time, I think this could be even better. And I think Death Stranding 2 is just the absolute proof that give this man a little bit more time. Give him a little bit more rope, you know? And we're going to see something even better. I read recently that apparently Kojima is seriously considering, Physint and OD maybe being his last games, and then he's going to move on to making a movie, or, maybe that'll be it. And I'm thinking, man, like, I could accept that. I could accept if, like, Physint would be if that's his last game for a long time or ever, I could accept that. But man, that's going to be a sad day because he's so good. He really is. Kojima's just so good at the game. He's he really, like, I know people feel like he gets too much attention, or, he gets too much credit, but it's just, he knows what he's doing, man. Like, he does. He really is. He has that kind of vision that I think very few people have. But more importantly, he has the right people around him at Kojima Productions that know exactly how to fulfill that vision. He tells them, this is what I'm imagining, this is what I want, and they know exactly how to whip it up, just as he intended. That, I just feel like you don't see that. That's why I think Death Stranding 2 is so unique, and why Metal Gear is so unique, because it's like, it's not just the visionary, right? It's not just the person who has the vision in their mind and the ambition. It's being able to have the right type of people around you that know exactly how. I know exactly what you're describing. I know how to, I know how to create exactly what you're talking about. That doesn't come along too often. I think that's why people look at Claire Obscure in such a positive light, where it's like they have that, and they're a new team. So good stuff, man. Good stuff. I definitely got to play some more Death Stranding, because people keep teasing what lies ahead in upcoming chapters, and I'm like, man, I can't wait. I can't wait. MBG OD is being made with Unreal Engine 5. Could Physint be with Decima? Yeah, I think Physint will be made with Decima. The fact that it's through PlayStation Studios again. But, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he could do a different engine. I'm going to say it's going to be Decima, though, because by this point in time, Kojima Productions are pros with Decima. Absolutely. So I think if they tried to do a different engine, it might take up too much time. You wonder if Physint will be connected to the Death Stranding universe. I mean, dude, the thing that gets me about Physint is, like, it's going to be like Metal Gear, dude. Like, it's I don't even know if the term spiritual successor is appropriate, because it's just straight up Kojima saying, like, I mean, look at what he's doing with Death Stranding 2 with Neil. It's like he's just straight up put Snake in his game, bro. Like, he's out here saying, yeah, I'm returning to my roots. We're going to make a groundbreaking title that's going to be stealth, tactical espionage action. MRPD, I'm so sorry to hear that you just got here, bro. Because we've talked about all the topics. We talked about Venom and Wolverine, some new rumors regarding that, and Insomniac Games. We talked about Mark Cerny and the PS5 Pro upgrade, as well as him kind of, collabing with AMD. We talked about Naughty Dog. We talked about Intergalactic. We're talking about some more Death Stranding. I'm on episode 4 now. Chapter 4. Is that what they call it? Episode 4? We got through the topics, Gaming Survivor. We did it.
Holy shit.
I didn't think it was possible. We did. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Raindrops keep falling on my head. I would try to sing it, but it's just funny Because reading it like that, I'm just reading it as somebody yelling it, not even singing it, just yelling it. The snow visuals will blow your mind. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Decima's truly on another level. I can't wait, man. Try not to spend too much time outside during the day this time of the year. But you feel for the people who have to do it for work. Yeah. Yeah, right now it says it's 90 degrees outside. I've been spending more time outside lately, but yeah, I've been feeling it. That sun is no joke. It's no joke. What if the Fizzant actor? What if Neil is the actor? Oh, dude, that would be crazy. Maybe that's what Kojima's trying to let us know. We have Cyber Hashira, longtime member for 38 months. Thank you for that, Cyber. Saying, looking forward to Horizon 3 with Kojima now opening the Decima engine up even more. Guerrilla, I'm sure, will make the game insane. Yeah, that's another game that I feel like we don't really talk about that much, but it was confirmed. It was confirmed by Guerrilla a while ago that they were working on Horizon 3. And yeah, I think Horizon 3 could be like a launch game, a cross-gen PS6 launch title that, I mean, if there's any game that I think could create a bit of a spectacle for the PlayStation 6 in terms of look at how next gen this looks, look at how amazing this looks. I think it could, yeah, I mean, bro, I think we're looking at something from Guerrilla with Horizon. Yeah, I know that the story it took quite a turn, an unexpected turn by the end of Horizon Forbidden West, but I have to admit I'm kind of really fascinated to see what like I'm assuming Horizon 3 will be the conclusion. Like it'll be a trilogy. Really interested to see how they wrap it up. Herman Hulse did say that Fizzant was going to be a Metal Gear espionage style game. Exactly. Exactly, dude. You almost have to wonder, is Fizzant going to be the true Metal Gear Solid 1 remake? I mean, true remake, where it's not going to be called Metal Gear Solid. The term remake is not being used. But what we have is Hideo Kojima looking to, once again, push the boundaries of what a video game can achieve, you know, in terms of it being cinematic and telling a story. And it's going to be tactical. It's going to be espionage. It's going to be action. I don't know, man. That's another dream come true announcement, man. Like this is another reason why, like, dude, I just love PlayStation, man. I do. Like the fact that Sony's making this happen with Kojima, like it makes me, it's like Herman, are you listening to me? Because that's literally what I would have asked for. No joke. Hey, we want Kojima to make one more game for us before he maybe retires. We want him to basically make a Metal Gear Solid game. One more. He's got one more in him. And Sony's going to make that happen with him. And I'm like, dude, I literally don't know what else to ask for. That's what I would have asked for. That's what Sony was trying to do a few years ago, trying to bring Kojima and Konami back together and make another Metal Gear. There were rumors of that. Yeah. There were rumors of that, dude, that Sony was trying to create a bridge for them, but it just, you know, it wasn't working. You know, it was like too far gone with Konami and Kojima. And I think this is Sony basically just saying, all right, fine. What if you just make Metal Gear Solid and it's Metal Gear and everything but name? And you got our full backing. I mean, god damn, dude. I can't wait. Dude, and you know what's crazy is, like, I'll be honest, I thought there was a slight possibility that I would feel underwhelmed by Death Stranding 2 because it kind of felt like, well, now that I know Fizzant is going to be a thing, this game's just going to feel, you know, it's going to feel like less because I'm anticipating it. Couldn't have been more wrong. It's not the case at all. What exactly was the reason for Kojima and Konami separating? Well, we don't really have too many details, but the general understanding is the executive branch of Konami. It could have just been one person, the president of Konami. It could have been multiple people, in higher up positions. They pretty much were done. Like, they got tired of Kojima. They felt as though, basically he was becoming the face of the company, and he was spending too much time and money, and he's hiring actors, and it just seemed like they really had a problem with him. It almost seemed like it was on a personal level, because it almost seems like whoever the president was, or whoever was in control, because it's worth noting that the leadership at Konami changed. I don't think the people who were responsible for pushing him out are there anymore. But they seem to have a real problem with Kojima by the end of his time at Konami. Where they were they knew that when he left, he was going to bring most of the talent with him, and they tried to make it as difficult as possible. But what's crazy is, like, truthfully, that may have been the best thing that ever happened to Kojima. Ironically, where it's like whoever wanted to push him out had a serious axe to grind and had a real problem with him. But, it was probably very uncomfortable for Kojima, because it was, it was done intensely and abruptly. But now look at him, like, he reached, I think it's safe to say that Kojima kind of reached heights that wouldn't have been possible if he was still at Konami. And that's where I think Konami's stupid, or at least the people who were in charge at Konami at the time were very stupid, where it's like, you don't seem to understand that, like, bro, if you would let Kojima finish MGS5, it would have been quite literally one of the greatest games ever created in all of history. If you let bro cook with PT and what was going to be Silent Hills, quite literally could have been one of the greatest horror games, not just games, one of the greatest pieces of horror ever created. I'm just saying, like, this is what he was on the verge of greatness with that. And they were just like, nah, sorry. You got Guillermo del Toro involved. I understand that maybe whoever was in charge of Konami felt like Kojima's, he thinks he's better than us. He thinks he's bigger than us. And it's like, he is. Sorry, Konami, Kojima is bigger than you at this point. Like, you should lean into that, be a part of that. And they're like, nah, we're Konami. And then look at what happened. They get arrogant and they think we can release Metal Gear Survive. And they get laughed at. They humiliate themselves. And then after that, there's an entire restructure of the Konami leadership, because and now look at what they're doing. They're remaking Silent Hill. They're remaking Metal Gear. And there's no denying that if they still had Kojima, big things would be popping off right now. But, hubris, yeah. I'm just glad to see that Konami is in a better place now. And I think that Kojima's moved on. I think Konami's moved on. I'll gladly take, dude, to me, this is the best possible outcome. I'm getting Death Stranding 2 from Kojima, his new game, and I'm getting Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Like, and I just got Silent Hill 2 remake. Like, it's not that bad. Not the worst outcome. Far from it. It was more of a leadership issue. They get with Castlevania, also with Konami. It wasn't just Kojima. Yeah. Could Death Stranding and Fizzant be in the same universe, going back decades before the events of DS1? Oh, I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy. It's like a massive prequel. It's possible. I think they'll be separate, though. Here's the real question I have for you guys. You ready? Fizzant is clearly 5, 6, maybe 7 years away. So when Fizzant releases, it's going to be like a couple years after the PS6 comes out, seemingly. if it's true, if Kojima is done after that, like he's like, all right, guys, I'm moving on from games and I'm going to start focusing on making movies now. I mean, if this game is a major success, what does Sony do after that? What does Kojima do after? I mean, does Kojima say, yeah, Kojima Productions, you can make a sequel to Fizzin'? I'm not involved. My team is involved, but I'm not. Did you talk to or see Detective Seeds? He said the PS6 is being announced in 2028 and released in 2029 due to COVID. No, I haven't seen that. I've been seeing multiple people stating that. I don't know if there's truth to it just because it's like, well, I mean, I don't know that Sony even has it locked in themselves. I think that could be true. Certainly. I could see that happening. It would make sense. Also, I don't think Fizzant is the final name. I think Fizzant is the code name of the project. Check his tweet. He said Sony engineers told him. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I think Detective Seeds, I've covered him a couple times in the past. He I think has gotten a few things correct. So he has some sources, I believe. He says a buddy who works at Nixus, quote, there are currently no other PlayStation first-party games in the port process to Xbox consoles with us. We are working on PC stuff and support. Someone else could, but Nixus is not. Now, Detective Seeds is claiming that he got The Last of Us PC and God of War PC port dates from this person, and they were correct. So this might be a legitimate source. That's interesting. If that's true, that could be revealing. And that, yeah, I mean, it seems like Helldivers might be the only one. For now, anyway. There's no other games in development. Huh. I know that's not the rumor that you told me to look at, but that's the first one I saw from him. Interesting. Very interesting. So he says here, according to a PlayStation engineer working on the hardware side of the house, the PlayStation 6 will be announced in 2028 and released late fall/early winter 2029. Development kits are estimated to be distributed to developers around spring 2026. At the same time, the PS5 Pro gets upgraded to FSR 4. Damn, dude. I really wonder if that's true. Like, I wonder how good his source is. D Batch or D Bach, I don't know how to say his name correctly, but he replied saying, "Bro, kick this guy in the ass. UDNA, which is the next generation architecture from AMD, releases in 2027. They are not releasing the PS6 in 2029. I think that's really bad info you got. It's 2027." Well, hold on. Then Detective Seed says Mark Cerny has said it will not be releasing in 2027 publicly. I think there is some confusion going on. He references articles from The Verge and PlayStation Lifestyle, but I think we need to be careful because we read the entire interview from Tom's Guide. That's where the interview with Mark Cerny was conducted. And Mark Cerny did not explicitly say not 2027, but he said he's not talking about the next gen right now. He's got a multi-year leeway, basically, or runway, I guess you could say. He basically said that the PS6 is still multiple years away, but I think it's very important to note that multiple years could mean 2 years. It could mean 4 years. We don't know. And they're not explicitly stating. So I could see Sony's plans changing. I could see them pushing it to 2028 or 29, but I also could absolutely still see the PS6 being en route for a 2027 release. I think Sony's got to be really strategic about it, man. I think they got to think really hard about the best time to release this console to give it the best chance. Sony told us what they are doing. Now everyone is playing the I'm dumb and crying game. MRPD, you're saying you would love a 2029 release? Squeeze this gen as much as you can due to COVID. I think a lot of people would be okay with that. Yeah. 2031 PS7. Hell yeah, I think. I don't know. It would give them a lot of room for first-party releases this gen. Intergalactic maybe being the swan song. Well, I mean, if we're talking about a 2028, 2029 release, there would definitely be games that I don't know. I don't know what games would be ready by that point. I mean, we're talking like Horizon 3, Spider-Man 3, stuff like that. Naughty Dog's second game. We're in that territory. If we're talking about 28, 29. What if Isn't is a Death Stranding spinoff telling the full story of Neil? With the PS5 Pro update, I think they can stretch it out. I mean, that's kind of how I feel. Like if Sony wants to tell me, oh yeah, and Santa Monica's new IP too. If Sony wants to tell me that, look, man, you're gonna have your PS5 Pro for like 4 to 5 years before you need to upgrade again, I'm like, great. Pro is amazing. I'm totally happy with it. Like I'll be happy to use this thing for 4 or 5 years. If they tell me it's going to be 3 years, I can still be happy with that. 3 years is a long time. To me, it's all a matter of how much use I get out of it. You know, it's about the use factor more than the time frame. I mean, truthfully, I use my PlayStation so much that after 2 years, I could justify how much I paid for it because it's like, look at how much time you spent on it. But I completely understand the angle from a lot of PlayStation players where it's like the longer the better. You know, this generation has been awkward and strange and got off to a weird start. Tarnish, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. The Road to PS5 video, I could have sworn that Cerny said that games would be quicker to completion compared to the PS4 dev cycle. 0 point. It's not that he lied. I mean, I understand why people view it that way, but if you go back and listen to what Mark Cerny said, he made it clear. He covered his bases. The way Mark Cerny worded it is, it's my hope. Like everything he did with the PS5, it's his hope that this will be the outcome. He didn't say it's guaranteed to be the outcome. And that's what you're looking at and listening to is an engineer just being honest in that this is what he's making. This is why he's making it this way. And this is the intended outcome. This is what he's hoping the outcome will be, but it's not a guarantee. He did ultimately say it's going to be up to the developers. And Mark Cerny is always just trying to align with what he thinks the developers will be doing 4, 5, 6 years down the line. And that's a tough gig, man. Like it's really tough to predict that. You know, I think a lot of, the thing that needs to be appreciated about Mark Cerny from an engineering level is this man, along with many others, that are working in this field, they're genuinely trying to innovate. Like they're trying to figure out like, what is the next big shift in video game development? And that's really hard, man, especially now when you're talking about, pipeline, so many pipelines being established, so many different ways of doing things for so long where it's like, how do you shake that up? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin. And he's a genius. and even he seems to be struggling with figuring out. A lot of these engineers are geniuses, dude. Like, they're very, very smart people. Even they're all struggling to really figure out, like, what is the next true move. Seems to be a combination of AI upscaling, machine learning, just general improvements to, architecture and stuff like that. Coding is hard. Spider-Man could be the next game coming to Xbox. I don't know, man. I listen, I just think that anybody who's expecting Sony single player games on Xbox, I think I get it. I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but I don't know, man. Like, Sony did tell us flat out. They told us right to our faces, when it comes to our live service games, they will be multi-platform. They have not said anything about their single player games being multi-platform. The only thing they've said about their single player games is they will basically they will be strategic in the time frames that they want to keep certain things exclusive. And I'm just saying, man, like, I just think that's a big leap. That's all. I just think it's a big leap to go from Helldivers 2 to Spider-Man. Like, I think a more logical leap would be Helldivers 2 Marathon Fair Games, maybe the Horizon live service. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I don't know, man. I'll put it to you this way. Sony might actually be at risk. No joke. They might actually be at risk. If they announce a single player game going to Xbox, they might lose people. I'm not saying it'll be millions, but I think that would do damage. Like, I think that then you're going to start seeing some really, like, PlayStation purists and loyalists that I mean, I've seen it, man. I've seen it. I've seen some of the reactions. Like, if that happens, I think you're actually going to. The thing is, I don't know where they're going to go. Like, to me, that's kind of the funny part about it, is it's like, I get you're upset with Sony, man, but where are you going? And the only thing that actually makes sense to me is people being like, I'm going back to PS4. I'm a retro gamer now. Like, I actually am like, oh, okay, well, that actually makes sense. Like, you're literally going to live in the past. That's cool. Plenty of people do that. Yeah, that's what I just don't know. Anywhere you could go, I feel like it's already been there this whole time. And if you wanted to go there, you would have went there. I don't know. I get it. I understand that it's very jarring for some people to wake up and see that a PlayStation first party game was announced for Xbox, but I just think context is important, man. I think context is important. I'm not here to tell anybody how they should feel about it. I'm just here to say that I don't think Spider-Man's coming to Xbox, bro. That's all I'm saying. I could be wrong, and if it's hashtag whole slate, then it's whole slate. When we get there, I'll cross that bridge. But I don't know, man. Helldivers is Sony's successful live service game. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say other than, live service games need players. They need. You're saying it sounds like cope. I mean, dude, I'm flat out telling you, like, if it happens, it happens. Like, if me saying that I don't think Spider-Man is coming to Xbox is cope, then the war's over, bro. Like, then it's over. Like, there's no. If that makes me a fanboy, that's coping. Then I'll just fine. Okay, Spider-Man's coming to Xbox. Yeah, it's happening. We're here. Sony's going to announce it a month from now. Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and 2, they're coming to Xbox, dude. It's happening. I mean, what does that sound like? If that sounds like truth, then okay. I mean, it is what it like. It is what it is, man. I don't get to decide on these things. I didn't get to decide that Helldivers goes to Xbox. You think, Tarnish, you're saying, think about it. 2020, Sony used to say Horizon to PC is just a celebratory thing. And look what happened now. People are right for thinking Sony won't have exclusives. Sony has broken the rule. Well, I just think it all comes back down to the charts that Sony's looking at, you know? I think that Sony's going to be like, is Helldivers 2 being announced on Xbox hurting Death Stranding 2 sales? I mean, I don't know. Like, how many people are going to say, you know what? I was going to buy a PS5 and I was going to buy Death Stranding 2 and I was going to buy Ghost of Yote, but I'm going to buy an Xbox now instead because Helldivers 2, you know, is coming. It's just releasing on Xbox. So I don't know, dude. Like I don't think that's happening, but maybe it is. And if it is, I think Sony would probably make adjustments based on the data, on the reflection that they see from the data. But I guess I'm just saying, like, the question I have is this, Tarnished. For the people who are upset that they feel like Sony broke the rule or Sony crossed the line, right? Sony, you have no more exclusives. Or I cannot believe in exclusivity anymore with your platform because you did this. You did a thing that if it's crossing that line. Like, I just got to know, man, like, well, what are you going to do about that? You know? Like, that's my only question is like, because your only option is to leave PlayStation and stop playing on PlayStation. Oh, here you go, boss. Come on. Can you make that jump? Come on. Make the jump. Come on. Boss is not confident. Oh, there you go. Oh, you hit your head, dude. You made it. They broke the rule since they went to PC. Well, look, man. All I'm saying is that the option is you can leave PlayStation behind and go wherever else that seems more appealing to you. You can be mad at Sony for, like, hey, I was promised exclusives on my box that I bought. Sony will turn you and say, yeah, Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yote are coming up. Wolverine and SARS are coming up. And that's just true, man. Like, you can respond to Sony by saying, yeah, but I know they're not going to be exclusive forever. And Sony's just going to say, okay. And, it's like, they're like, what I'm trying to say is that Sony is betting that you won't leave. That's what I'm trying to say. And they're going to be right. Joe Schmo on Twitter saying he's leaving. I understand that you may see it looks like it's representative of a lot of people because it's got a lot of views or a lot of likes. Bro, that guy's probably on his own. That guy's probably going to be here at the launch of the PS6, like, truth be told. The people who actually leave don't feel the need to make a spectacle of it. They just leave. Like, I don't know if that's, at least most of the time. Most of the time. They just go, And it's a silent thing that occurs where, like, suddenly, holy shit, what happened? Oh, we really messed something up. They just left. And that's why I try to, like, tell people, like, a lot of folks seem to believe that Sony shit the bed or something, so to speak. And like they really messed up this generation. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like you just like you don't understand that the literal opposite of what you are claiming is the reality. I'm not saying that means you have to like the reality. I'm just simply asking to please acknowledge the reality. Boss, I gave you treats. I gave you the treats already. Don't you come over here and start torturing me, boy. Boss is like, I'm gonna show you the reality. Boss is like, I'm gonna show you reality right now, bud. I'm not saying you have to say PlayStation's doing good. I'm not saying be a PlayStation fan. I'm not even saying enjoy anything PlayStation has to offer. I'm just simply asking people to please acknowledge when they want to partake in these conversations that if you are the person that wants to make the claim that, you know, PlayStation is just not doing well and they're not doing a good job, I'm just going to ask you to please go look at some data and then come back and what you mean to say is you don't like what PlayStation's doing. And that's why I say, and I don't say it rudely, I don't say it in a demeaning way or an arrogant way. I just say as politely as I can that your option is either stay and play or move on and go somewhere else. Doesn't mean you can't be critical. You can stay, play, and be critical, but just understand that no matter how critical you are, you're trying to be critical at a time when Sony is quite literally breaking some of their own records. They're probably not going to be listening to what you're saying. So in other words, I'm actually giving people great advice. The advice I'm giving them is if you want to actually hurt Sony PlayStation and get a message across, the best way to do so is by not giving them any more money and going somewhere else and giving if not a competitor, you know, another storefront / platform your money. That's the best way to communicate your criticism, because it's pretty clear that Sony's not watching Twitter, you know, or YouTube and browsing Twitter. Like Sony's not, you know, they're not seeing videos being made of people talking about how betrayed they feel. They're not reading tweets of people talking about how short-sighted they are and how dumb they are chasing short-term gains by putting their game on Xbox. Like, they're not reading literally any of that. They could not give a shit less because they know that their business is going better than it ever has. And you have to be quite literally on another level of delusion to believe that a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that is out here breaking their own records and doing better than they ever have is going to stop doing what they're doing because you or a couple of other people who are very vocal on Twitter or YouTube decided that they believe that's not the best course of action for their business. Unfortunately, they're not reading comments about Bloodborne. No, well, maybe they are. I think they understand. I think they know that people want Bloodborne, but I'm just saying, man, like, it is what it is, you know? Like, this is the only way PlayStation will completely change what they're doing and how they're doing things. Like, I'm speaking to the people who seem to have the biggest problem with them. The only way is, you know, there has to be a very large movement, a very large exodus of like people just gotta leave, dude. I see people leaving comments on occasion where it's like, oh, I finally unsubscribed from PS Plus, and it's like, maybe you're the one, dude. I don't think so, but maybe you're the one. You're the straw that broke the camel's back. And then you get Sony coming out and they're like, yeah, we're still the number one most subscribed service in gaming. And I'm like, tough break, man. Like, sorry. You know, it turns out that you didn't make a dent. Save your money, though. Continue, you know, fight the fight if that's what you feel like you got to do. But, you know, boss, come on, man. He's too crazy. And we have Delwyn Jones with another generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much, man. You've been dropping quite a few super chats today. You're saying here, single player experiences, nothing has changed. They remain exclusive to PlayStation as they have always been to the number one console to them, PlayStation. Meanwhile, multiplayer PlayStation is they're going to do what's best for the business. And so Helldivers 2 is the best example for success. And Tarnish, you're saying, MBG, you're trying to tell people what Sony does won't matter. You're doubling down on being a fanboy of Sony by defending Sony while the fanboys are actually criticizing Sony for devaluing the PS5, PS6. Well, yeah, I guess, Delwyn, before I respond to your super chat, I just want to respond to what Tarnish is saying here. You're right. That's the trap. You're absolutely right. There's no point to what I'm saying. There's no point to what I'm saying because I'm not going to change people's minds and they're not going to change mine. I just spent, prior to this side quest discussion for the last 10 minutes, I just spent the last hour talking about my enjoyment of Death Stranding 2 on my PS5. I'm not going to be the person to turn around and be and lie and be like, you know what, I'm not okay with this. Like, dude, I kid you not. Like, if it wasn't for other people continuing to talk about it, it feels like nothing even happened or was announced. Like it doesn't even feel like Helldivers was announced for Xbox. It was, and it's happening. It feels like nothing actually happened though, which is weird. It's only when people kind of talk about it and, extend it to like, yeah, Spider-Man's going to come now. It's like, okay, well, huh. I guess it's natural that these conversations will be extended. But, people interpret what I'm saying as a defense of Sony. I'm not defending anything, man. I'm just here to tell you that I don't have a problem with this particular thing they're doing. And Tarnished, all I can say is that you've been here for a while, and a lot of you have been here for a while. I've absolutely criticized Sony for many things. When they are being truly destructive to their own brand, I am the first one to come out and do a 5-hour stream talking about it. I'm not going to get defensive because it just doesn't matter. But what I said remains true. That when I tell people your only option is to walk away, I say that very much self-aware that whatever I am choosing to criticize Sony for, my options are limited. My options are, once the criticism is out there and the stream is finished and the video is wrapped up, my options are, okay, so you can start packing up your stuff to sell it and move to PC or buy an Xbox Series X or S, or you're going to just continue about your business and keep playing the games that you've been playing and buy upcoming games, and that's that. I understand that I represent most people, and most people are not engaged in these conversations to begin with. They're doing exactly what I just said. Half the people probably aren't aware of half the shit that's going on most of the time anyway. I'm just simply saying that PlayStation, I don't think they're at a point where they're willing to make truly dumb decisions. And when I say truly dumb, I'm talking about like decisions that are going to completely like you are collapsing something almost instantaneously. I'm talking about the type of decisions that nearly end a brand. I think they're beyond that. I don't think they're capable of doing that at this point because they've been around for too long. The PlayStation brand has been around for too long. They have too much experience. They've been through the they've been through the ropes, man. Like they've done their time. So I think what it looks like now is decisions like this, right? Where it's like, okay, we're going to put Helldivers on Xbox. And I think that is a big decision. Any company can self-destruct. I'm just saying it's like, I'll put it to you this way. The Sony we see today is a Sony that says, we're going to announce Helldivers for Xbox. A truly crazy Sony that is willing to potentially risk the collapse of their brand that they've built up for the past 5 generations is a Sony that comes out and says, today we're announcing Spider-Man 2, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, and God of War 2018 are releasing on Xbox in the coming months. You see how different those two things are? They are different. And anybody who tries to tell you otherwise is being disingenuous about it. They are different things. And they represent something very different. One is communicating a message that we made a successful live service game and we don't want it to die. The other conveys that we no longer see value in these specific properties as a means to sell consoles and create value for our own platform. Those are two separate things. And right now what you're seeing are people trying to blend them into one singular thing in an attempt to justify their overreactions. I know this because I've been part of it and I've been around the block in this case numerous times. And, it's just, they're two separate things. And you're going to have the greatest example of this being two separate things is it's why you see people right now, people are seemingly less focused on Helldivers coming to Xbox. The people who are engaged in these conversations, they're seemingly less focused on the conversation around Helldivers actually coming to Xbox and what that means for the game, what it means for the player base, what it means for the health of Sony's live service endeavor. And they're more focused on what does this mean? What's next? And that's where the arguments begin, where you have the most staunch defenders being like, nothing's next. This is it. This is all you'll get. This shouldn't even exist in the first place. You're lucky that you're even getting this. And you'll see the opposite of that, which is the whole slate, right? Just like we saw with Xbox, what you guys said about Xbox, the whole slate. Spider-Man's next, baby. Then God of War. And it's like, yeah, you guys are acknowledging two separate things. Let's just focus on what is for now. For now. Only because when we dive too deep into the what could be, what's next, people start to get too crazy about it, man. And the conversation, it turns to drivel. It happened with Xbox, by the way. Yes, it did. When we were talking about Xbox games coming to PlayStation, eventually the conversation turned to drivel, where it's like, okay, this isn't getting anywhere. This isn't going anywhere. But yeah, I think when you look at it from a holistic point of view, from a bird's eye view, I think it kind of, I don't think it's necessarily the most shocking thing in the world that Sony decided to put their most sex-filled game, known as Helldivers 2, their most successful live service game. I don't think it's shocking that they decided to put that on a console that's known to rally around shooters. I don't know. Lux, you're saying with the super chat why I found it funny prior to the Switch 2 launch when you told people to speak with their wallet about the price hikes. Gamers will always be sheep and dollar signs. Well, I think that's why, like, honestly, this conversation is probably happening like so deep into the stream, and it's just kind of a back burner conversation for me at this point. I mean, I don't we'll still have it. It is relevant, It's PlayStation did just announce Helldivers going to Xbox, but it's become such a back burner conversation for me because I realize that in the same way that, like, what did we settle on with Xbox? Right? What did we settle on? So you have February 2024, the big podcast thing happens, only 4 games, and for months it's like just back and forth of like, is it full slate? Is it not full slate? Is it full third party? Is it not? More time goes on. Microsoft makes it pretty clear, like, we're bringing single player games, we're bringing Forza, we're bringing Gears, we're bringing Doom, we're bringing Elder Scrolls, we're bringing everything. Ultimately, like they make that pretty clear. What does the conversation then turn into? The conversation turns into, so how are these games? How is Forza Horizon 5? How is Indiana Jones? And, it's understandable that prior to that, people want to know, are you all in or not? I don't think you're going to get an answer from Sony. And I think because of that, the conversation is going to linger a lot longer than it did with Microsoft. But it will always come back down. It will always come back down to the same thing. And that is, what is it that people really want to know? What people really want to know is, how are these games? I think we're looking at a landscape where people have already decided where they're going to live. Truthfully. I think, you see some drifters. You see some people still being a bit nomadic. But I think we're at a point where people have basically decided where they want to live. You want to live on PlayStation, you want to live on PC, you want to live on Xbox, you want to live on Switch, or you want to live on like mobile gaming, I guess. People have decided. There are plenty of people who, again, like they have multiple devices, they have multiple accounts across multiple platforms, but everybody, I think, kind of has their go-to. And they've already, like, I think that's been nailed down. And I think that's why you're seeing these companies basically just being like, so if we do this thing, are we not going to be your main place to play anymore? Like I said at the very beginning of this conversation, Sony alongside Nintendo, alongside, well, maybe Valve isn't so much in the conversation because they're not really doing anything in this sense, but they're just betting that you won't leave. And they're being proven right. And I understand that that's like, well, that's because of people like you who are fanboys. Actually, no, that's because 90% of people don't give a shit. That's why. I just happen to be that 10% that does care, but also I'm still kind of pretty content and happy, Maybe that's less than 10% at this point, but that's the truth, man. 90% of people don't care. And I just think that it's like, dude, the only thing that really matters is that Helldivers players are stoked. Like, that's it, man. That's it. That's all that matters to the game. That's all that matters to Arrowhead. And that's all that's going to matter to Sony at the end of the day. That matters so much more to Sony, to Arrowhead, and to Microsoft than how the fucking fanboys feel. I mean, when I say the fanboys, I'm talking about like the people where it's like, that act like they're under siege because of stuff like this. I mean, it's just out there, And Delwyn Jones with another super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much, man. You're saying, given the how impressive and anticipated that Marvel ToeCon is, if they will achieve significant success, potentially leading to its eventual release on a competing console platform, the gameplay looks phenomenal. Well, Delwyn, I think that game, like, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised it wasn't already announced for Xbox, only because it's Marvel. Like, that was surprising to me, where I'm like, this is a Marvel live service game. Kind of surprising that there wasn't an Xbox logo there. Now, maybe it is already planned for Xbox, but they're just not revealing that yet. And they want to wait until after something like Helldivers and Marathon to get people accustomed to, yes, that's right, with our multiplayer live service games, they will be on Xbox. They will be on Switch potentially if they can get it up and running on Switch. Don't be surprised if eventually Helldivers comes to Switch too. You know, like, I just think that more people need to embrace the reality that you didn't want Sony to make live service games, and they made them anyway. You didn't want Sony's live service games to be successful. One of them was anyway. You don't want them to put these games on Xbox. They're doing it anyway. At what point do you wake up and realize Sony's not listening to you? You know? But you know what Sony will turn? This is why, and do you know why I sometimes get a little bit frustrated with some of the PlayStation fan base? And, you know, it's not to pick a fight with any of them or anything, but it's just like, but these are the same people where like Sony's like, here's Death Stranding 2. Literally one of the greatest video games probably ever made. That if you bought a PS5 or PS5 Pro, you can only play it on there right now. And we're going to show you a state of play for Ghost of Yote, another game of the year, possibly game of the generation contender, that when it releases, it'll only be on PS5, and you still got people crying, dude. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not with you on that one. Sony is literally giving you the thing that you are crying for, that you are saying you need this in order to justify your purchase of your console, and they're literally giving it to you, and you're still crying. No wonder why Sony's not listening to you. No wonder why Sony's not taking business advice from that person. You know? Because you know what I see? I see PlayStation players who come to this channel, like today, for example, that are talking to me how much they're enjoying Death Stranding 2. And how much, and you know what they're not talking about? Helldivers 2. You want to know why? Because if they were playing Helldivers 2, they probably were playing it last year. And in fact, a lot of them probably weren't even playing it to begin with, because a lot of people on my channel are more single player oriented. I'm pointing this out because it's just the reality, dude, that like, listen, if you want to just stew over Sony doing exactly in one instance what Microsoft did, right? If Sea of Thieves was the only game announced coming to PlayStation last year, the conversations would have been the same. Now, granted, it wasn't just Sea of Thieves. There were 3 other titles. But if it was just Sea of Thieves, you better believe the conversation would have been exactly the same. If you want to stew over it, then stew over it. You know, but I'm pretty sure everybody else is just going to be looking to have a good time. And this is the final thing I'll say, because, man, this stream's going on 5 hours. I'm going to have to wrap it up soon. Here's the final thing I'll say on this matter. I don't know what Sony's going to do. Nobody does. Sony probably, to an extent, doesn't even know what they're going to do just yet. I went on record saying a couple things, and I will put this out here to not defend myself, but just make it known that, you know, I've taken this stance a long time ago. I went on record saying that I think Sony should put all of their live service games on Xbox, because what sense does it make to withhold a potential player base for a live service game from a live service game, considering all that matters is keeping that player base thriving through more players? I went on record saying that multiple times. At the end of the day, man, what I've learned by this point in time is that Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo, it's not a coincidence that all of these major decisions, such as it's just 4 games, we're thinking of the health of the Xbox brand, and then it's Forza, and then Gears, right? Nintendo says $80 games. You can cry every day, all day about how we're handling the Switch 2, the game cartridges, the screen of the Switch 2, what yada yada yada. Go ahead, we don't care. We're doing this anyway. And then Sony comes out and says, "Yeah, we know Concord wrecked itself. Like Concord was one of the biggest disasters in PlayStation history, and we know that you guys love single player games. We're still doing live service, and we're putting one of those live service games on Xbox." Do you really think it's a coincidence that all three players, the three big players in the game outside of Valve, right? Do you think it's a coincidence that they're all doing this shit? And Microsoft as well with the $80 games. Do you think it's a coincidence they're all doing this at the same time? Don't you realize that they're all looking at one another being like, you know what? We don't have to listen to, we don't have to appease the radical fan anymore at all. Like, we don't have to do that. We could just do what we need to do for our business, and we'll probably be okay. That's literally what all three companies are doing. And that's why what I said about PlayStation, about your only option is to walk away, that's applicable to all three. If you have a problem, criticize, make your videos, make your tweets, but look around and realize that that's what everybody's been doing, and it's done jack shit. If you have a problem, you need to hold on to your money and not give it to anybody. You need to stop spending money on video games. That's the only way, man. Like, if you actually really want to not continue to see things going down the path they're going, if you do have a problem with it, that's your only meaningful option, because all other options have been expended. I have seen videos get millions of views of people ripping and tearing into Nintendo for literally it to mean nothing. Nothing. Filled that person's pockets, though, I'll tell you that. That person made quite a bit of money on that video. But in the grand scheme of I'm out here, I'm being the voice of reason, and we're going to lead the charge just to see literally nothing happen except that person who said that make money on top of the company making money. Who's the real loser at that point? The real loser is the person that can't wake up and realize that, bro, you're a little late. The decision's already been made. The wheels are already in motion. You're already along for the ride. So your only option is you got to jump, you got to hop off now, like, while you still can. That's it. That's where we are. I'm not saying it won't change. I'm not saying it can't change, but the people who are not on board are going to be left on an island. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. This is why I said a lot of people are making the decision. A lot of people are making the decision that they want to be retro gamers now. It's not a bad decision. If you really are not on board with where things are headed, that might be the island you have to stay on. And it might be the best island for you. It's not necessarily that you have to find a new hobby. It just means you gotta embrace retro gaming, man. And believe me when I tell you, if enough people made that decision, these companies would shit their pants. If people decided they're just going to stay on the Switch 1 and not buy the Switch 2. If people decided that they're just going to play the old Mario Kart and not the new one for $80. If people do just decide to stay on the PS5 and only play Fortnite and not literally do anything else, or just go back and actually go play on PS4 instead. If people decide that they are going to unsubscribe from PS Plus, or people decide that, people kind of already have decided that they're not buying Xbox consoles, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, if this happens on a large enough scale, these companies will have no choice but to turn around and be like, you know what, guys, we're sorry. We weren't listening. We're listening now. But No, I wouldn't say that having exclusives is catering to fanboys. Um, I think that having exclusives is mostly to the benefit of the company. Yeah, like I'm going to say that Sony making Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yote exclusive is mainly to their benefit, but they can also use that. It's two things can be true at the same time. Not only is it to our benefit, but to that person who values exclusivity and believes it's a major part of their reason for being here, we can turn to them and say, we still have it. See? And so it's kind of twofold, you know? The truth is, there's a lot of people that Sony could turn to with Ghost of Yote and say, check out this exclusive. And they'll be like, I don't give a shit. Like, what, you think you saying it's exclusive means something to me? Like, I'm not interested in this game. Leave me alone. Let me just keep playing Fortnite or Call of Duty. Like, that's the reality. It's not that it's catering to fanboys. It's that I'm trying to highlight that any of the fanboys that are freaking out, it's like you're being preemptive about it. I'm not saying shout from the rooftops that we still have exclusivity, because you might not. We don't know. We just saw Xbox fanboys do that a year ago, and look at what happened. It blew up right in their face. I'm not telling you to shout from the rooftops that we still have exclusives. What I'm telling you to do is just acknowledge the fact that if you're going to criticize Sony for, the potential erosion of exclusivity and the devaluing of the platform through that, to just also acknowledge, but, Ghost of Yote and Death Stranding 2 are still exclusive, and their upcoming games seemingly are showing no signs of not being exclusive as well. Doesn't mean doesn't mean they will be. It's just that's the way it is right now. I don't know. There's something to be said for just acknowledging the here and now, I guess. And maybe this is where the conversation flies off a cliff, when it's all about trying to predict what's next. And in reality, let me ask you, who's been good at predicting what's next? Nobody. Hardly anybody. Maybe not nobody, but hardly anybody. Very few people. Anybody who sits here and tells you with a straight face that if you had asked me 3 years ago that this is where it would have been, where it was going to end up, I would have told you exactly that this is how it would have been. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew Microsoft was going to buy Bethesda and ABK. Nobody knew that the Xbox console was going to literally stop selling. Nobody knew that Microsoft was going to increase prices of their games and consoles. Nobody thought that Sony was going to actually continue to do live service after Concord. Nobody thought that Concord was even going to be a possibility, because surely they would never make a mistake that big. Nobody knew any of this. Nobody knew any of this. So exclusives have benefits or not? It depends on who you ask, man. If you ask me, I'd say, yeah, exclusivity has its benefits to a degree, but it also has its shortcomings. Like, it has its cons. I don't know, 0 Point. Did I? I don't know, man. I've been doing this for so long, I can't remember half the shit. Nobody knew that the PS5 would be devalued in 2025, right? I mean, it depends on your view of it, Tarnished. Like, all I can say at this point, and this is the best, maybe this is the best way I can make it clear where I stand on this. It is not, I do care about the health of the console, and I want to see the console thrive, because that's my preferred way of engaging with games and playing, and I've seen what happens to video game consoles that fail. They go away, and that would suck, because then I would be forced to go somewhere else that I probably would rather not go unless I'm forced to do so. The best way I could frame this or explain this is, if the PlayStation 5 has truly been devalued, that means less people are going to see value in it. And the less people that see value in it, that should ultimately translate to less sales and less success, less interest, right? That's the whole point. If something's devalued, it's less people are not going to have it. It's going to have less broad appeal, less wide appeal. So what that should ultimately translate to is the console, the PS5 console suffering, whether that be, just people having more negative opinion on it. And then that means less sales. It means it's dipping, whatever. If that happens, that is Sony's problem. That is not my problem. It is not my job to ensure that the PlayStation 5 is seen as the most valuable console. That's literally Sony's job. I will have concern of like, well, be careful, Sony, because like, I don't want the PS5 to be, or, even going into the PS6, I don't want to have to deal with a dying console, essentially, where it's like, man, this is on its way out. Like, people, it doesn't have enough support. It's just getting worse and worse. I don't want to have to deal with that because I see what that looks like. And that sucks, dude, where it's like, you just don't, I don't know. Maybe there's an upside to that. Maybe there's an upside to less people. I don't know. From a development standpoint, probably not. But at the end of the day, man, if Sony devalues their console and that leads to less sales and less success for the console, I will be disappointed in that. But I will have no choice but to understand that I am not Sony and I am not part of this business. I'm just going to have to enjoy what I can while I can for as long as I can. And if they end up, the fear that I see is people, they're going to do what Xbox did. And I see that all the time. And it's like, I don't see that on the horizon. If that's what happens, that's not my, like, it's my problem until it's not, you know what I mean? Like, I could tell Sony, like, here's what I think is devaluing your console. Here's what I think you should change. Here's what I think you should do. They don't listen, and that ultimately results in just, the PlayStation console is no longer seen as, it's just not desired anymore. That's not my bottom line being affected. I'm not the one raking in billions from console sales. I'll be very disappointed. I will express that disappointment, and I will make it known that, man, it really sucks to see Sony, they had something so good in terms of just having such consistent console sales and they had a good thing going and a good platform and a good player base, and they just kind of threw it. They like threw it away in the pursuit of something else. Yeah, I will absolutely make that known. But then I will make it clear that anyway, that's not my problem to deal with. So I'm going to go wherever seems better now, if anywhere seems better. And maybe it won't. Maybe I'll just have to deal with it. It's like, yeah, well, the PS console just isn't what it once was, man. Still enjoy it, but it ain't what it was. And it's just getting worse, like whatever, in terms of how many people are engaged with it and how healthy it is. I want to see it be healthy. I want to see it thrive. But it's not, in the same way that I can't make the decisions that I believe will make the PlayStation thrive any more than it is. I'm not going to sit here and I made that mistake with Xbox, dude. I did. Like, I got deep in it, man, where I'm like, Microsoft, you better listen to me. And this is what you got to do. And I was that guy where it's like, do you not realize that they're not, dude, they don't give you're nobody. They don't hear anything you're saying, dude, nor do they care, even if they did hear it. Wake up, man. Like, do what needs to be done. And what did I do? I went to the other side, bro, because it's like, well, they're doing what I would like you to do, and you're not doing it, and you're not listening to me. So that's why I can't share in the frustration of a lot of people, because in this moment, I can't speak for next year, the year after, but in this moment, Sony's doing exactly what I want them to do. Literally, exactly. They gave me an upgraded console that I did want a Pro this generation because I like the PS4 Pro. They did that. They, you know, they gave me they're giving me something like Death Stranding 2, which is like, hell yeah, this is what I wanted. And they're giving me all the third-party games I could handle. I mean, that's all I want, you know? That's what I want. And that's what they gave me. So it's like, yeah, I'm not looking to PC. Because PC, they're, I'm not saying they're not offering other things, but it's just whatever they're offering is not catching my attention. I'm certainly not looking at Xbox, and I'm certainly not looking at Nintendo. No offense to Nintendo fans, but I'm just not. So I am that person, bro, where like if Sony fucks up down the line and it's just like they ruin it all. I don't think they will, but there's a lot of people betting on that. If that's what they end up doing, I will have to really think about whether or not I'm going to stick around or if there is a better place to go to. Yeah, I'm going mobile, bro. Is it this serious at the end of the day? No, I don't think it's like serious, but I just think that it's like, I think it's too easy. And I say this because I'm guilty of this as well. It's too easy to get caught up in the internet games. I guess that's what I'll call it. The games that, and when I say internet games, I'm not talking about like video games. Lux, chill. I have my grip. No. I'm not saying that. I think you misunderstand, dude. I'm not saying Sony's ruining anything. I'm entertaining, with mistakenly so, but I'm entertaining a lot of the different takes that I've seen of like, there are people who actually feel that way. Like, they're the ones that need to get a grip, in my opinion. Where it's like, look, man, if you think Sony's ruining Sony's ruining PlayStation by bringing Helldivers to Xbox, I don't know what to tell you. If you want me to be afraid because this means Spider-Man's next, and this means it's full slate, and this means no more console exclusives. It's like, whoa. Like, where are you getting this from? I'm getting this from that guy on Twitter who told me so. I was asking these questions because you seem to have alluded to having exclusives equals pandering for fanboys, and you kept shifting subject. What are you going to do to those who criticize Sony? Well, it's a tough thing, man, because I think what I'm doing, Tarnished, is there's so many different opinions, like so many people throwing their 2 cents, giving their 2 cents. And it's all kind of unique in a sense, where like one person is literally acting like Sony shot their dog over this. Another person isn't acting like Sony shot their dog, but expressing that they believe this is a huge mistake and is going to be very bad for reasons. Somebody else is saying that this is great and actually fantastic, and how they think it's good for Helldivers, and somebody else is saying that this is amazing for Xbox and LOL, like Sony's doing the exact same thing that Xbox is doing, so all those things that were said for the past year don't matter now. And it's like, this is all happening in the same space, and it's too much. And it's just why I'm like, this is why 90% of people end up not caring, dude. Because how could you care? I represent the person that's trying to care, and I'm giving up because it's like, how could you even follow any of this? Like, dude, no wonder why these companies are totally tuned out of the internet, because you can't get anything. It's schizophrenic, dude. Like, it's all over the place. I imagine, like, if I was Sony trying to gauge, like, how are people feeling? It's like, good luck. I have no effing idea. I would have to report back to Sony being like, so after spending 48 hours evaluating the internet, I have no effing clue how people feel about this. So what do you do then? Well, we already made the decision. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Let's see if it sells. Let's see if it doesn't, and we'll take it from there. Let's check the data. That's all we can do. I don't know, man. It's interesting times, certainly. Interesting times. Why do you think Nintendo avoids PC at all cost? It's a good question. I don't know. Nintendo, they just seem to have a totally disconnected mentality from Sony, Microsoft, and Valve, right? If those are like the four big players, Nintendo just genuinely seems like they have a stubbornness. Yeah, it's that old school, like, we are not budging for any reason at all. Like, we're not doing it. And there's something to be respected about that. Like, that is respectable, where it's like, it's not necessarily like, I'm not saying it's the best thing to do, but you gotta respect just they're standing on their ground, man, and they are not moving. For better or for worse, they're just not. They will give you the finger and tell you to F off, basically. And it's like, well, damn. All right, you're not getting my money, but I can respect it. Well, and to be fair, Nintendo's not getting my money because they're just that's not why they're not getting my money. It's not because they gave me the finger. It's because I'm just not interested in what they're offering. But I can respect it to a degree where it's like, yeah, stand on your business, man. Do what you got to do. When it comes to Sony, like, do I disrespect Sony? Do I have less respect for Sony because they're more willing to be malleable and experiment, and they seem more willing to try different things and potentially do what the other company is doing that I'm definitely not on board with a lot of what they're doing? I don't want to say that I lose respect for Sony as much as I'm open to the possibility of, like, well, you're taking a risk and it might not pay off. Like, what makes me lose respect for Sony? Concord, not Helldivers 2 going to Xbox. Hopefully that kind of sums it up a little bit. Like, you want to know what makes me lose respect for Sony? The fact that they thought that game was worth buying a studio for and putting out there, and they believed in it, and it's the next Star Wars. That makes me lose respect for Sony. Canceling, having Sony Bend do a live service game and then canceling it midway through instead of doing Days Gone, that makes me lose respect. Putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox doesn't make me lose respect for them, man. It would take, this is why, like, I just think that a lot of the different discussions you see and a lot of the different takes you see, it's like, don't lose focus on what's most important. And that's why I've mostly, I know I'm entertaining the conversation a little bit here again, but I keep trying to say, like, I am checked out, man, of, like, trying to engage with conversations that will get nowhere, because I'm beginning to realize that the only people left having these conversations, and I keep trying to rationalize it and I keep trying to engage with it, are people who have lost sight of what's most important. The enjoyment of video games has seemingly taken a backseat to being worried about the health of a platform. Like, don't get me wrong, man. I go on record saying I care about the health of the console ecosystem too, but not that much. Like, not to the degree where it's like, well, I can't even enjoy playing Death Stranding now because all I'm thinking about is Sony killing the console. Like, I can't even play Helldivers now, knowing that this game is going to be on Xbox and might be the reason why Sony gives up exclusivity. Like, what? No. Like, I want to see the platform be healthy. I want to see the console thrive. But the moment that gets in the way of actually enjoying video games, I may as well quit. And I think that's what a lot of people need to do. I think a lot of people need to temporarily quit gaming completely. Remove all aspect of video games from your life, including the internet. Take a long break, come back, and get back to the root of why were you even here in the first place? People get too caught up in the attention and the pissing contests and the ratio game. You know, they get too caught up in that and they totally forget, like, wait, what were we talking about? You're talking about video games, man. That's what you're talking about. I mean, I'm seeing people out here. I know that there is money to be made on Twitter and there is money to be made on YouTube, absolutely. But it's just like I'm seeing people trying to it's like, are you wearing a suit and employed by Sony? Because if not, you need to take like a massive chill. Are you wearing a suit and employed by Microsoft or Nintendo? Because if not, you need to chill. All right. You need to chill. You need to take a step back, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what is it that you like about video games? Write down 10 things you like about video games and the gaming industry in 2025. Then come back and recite that list. People confuse criticism with damn near mental illness these days, where it's like, bro, you're playing a different game. You're not playing video games. You're playing a game. You're playing a game on the internet that is going to lead to basically mental illness. I know because I've partook in it and I see where it ends and it's like, oh wow. Okay. Well, this isn't getting me anywhere. This isn't getting anybody anywhere. You know? And it's like, oh, it's all about the money. It's all about whatever. It's like, whatever, man, I guess. But at that point, you know, aren't you just kind of no different than the thing you're claiming to criticize or be so against? This is why I will never understand. Like, listen, I will never understand the idea of the grift, because the whole idea of the grift is the grifting means like it's like small scale swindling, and that can be interpreted many ways. But it's like when you are willing to bounce from one thing to the next like it's nothing, right? Like I got a problem with this today because this is what everybody else has a problem with, and then I got a problem with that tomorrow because that seems to be the next thing that everybody's gonna have a problem with. And what you're really doing in that space is you're just capitalizing. You're monetizing people's rage and discontentment. And to me, that is something that is, you know, it's always been around. It will always be around. It's not something new, but it's more prevalent today because people are waking up to the realization that too many people in the year 2025 don't understand that those who are capitalizing on monetizing your rage and your discontentment are no different, mentality speaking, from the corporate overlord people that you have such a problem with, or the politicians you have such a problem with. Like, it's all the same. It's all relative. It's all a matter of manipulating you in any way they need for their gain. And that is something that I'm frankly shocked that not just in gaming, but across all the internet, more people are not waking up to. Like, don't you realize that the money is still flowing and all these people are trying to do is redirect the money flow to them? I don't know, man. It's a weird dichotomy, but it's one that like I said, has always existed and it will never not exist, apparently. It's just much more prevalent now. MBG, I know you're sick of the negativity. I am too, but we have to keep in mind that Sony is devaluing their console increasingly with each year. How you receive this news is irrelevant, at least. I don't know if I read that last part correctly. Well, you know, this is where it's like, listen, man, my biggest concern about the PlayStation 6 from if I'm putting my business hat on, in terms of like, you know, I'm going to worry about the health of the platform and the console. My biggest concern isn't anything other than what's the price of this thing going to be? Because I'll tell you right now, Sony could put Spider-Man on Xbox tomorrow. that's going to do chip damage compared to if the PS6 is $700 or more dollars. It won't even matter, truthfully. It's not to say that it won't objectively devalue the console to a certain degree, of course, but chip damage, from a game player, from a person who plays on PlayStation point of view, I've already made the decision that unless it's like $1,200 or some crazy nonsensical shit like that, I'm going to buy the PlayStation 6. So all I'm really going to care about with the PlayStation 6 are its capabilities, its feature set, and its games. That's what I'm going to care about. And that's what I'm going to be, like, for me, in that moment, or for that year leading up to the launch, like, that's what's going to matter to me. If it comes out and it's like super expensive, it's like $900, yes, I will have many conversations putting my business hat on, being like, bro, I'm pretty worried that this console's not going to sell. And the reason why I'm worried about that is because if it doesn't sell, I'm kind of nervous that that the PS5 generation is going to be the last PlayStation generation that thrives, where it has a very healthy, robust player base that Sony can rely on. If the PS6 fails to do that, it's not to say that it'll go away. It's not to say that it will diminish my enjoyment if Sony provides what it is I expect them to provide. But it does make me worry about the long-term viability of, like, could this be the last time? I'm just, that's thinking more long-term. And I think that that's, like, when you see people having the reactions that they do or that they're having, some of the fanboys and whatnot, I think it's really difficult to separate the worm from the apple in this case, where it's like, I think a lot of people, it's just ego-driven. We're talking about people who, they're on the internet. They're on the internet. They have an appearance. There's an expectation from them, all this shit. But I do think that there are some people where they have a not a fear, but they're worried about, like, man, like, is this the first, like, the devaluing of the console? What does that mean for you, the PlayStation player? Well, in worst case scenario, if we're jumping to that, it means Sony's console platform could collapse in the long run. It could be, it could be something that ends up in a really bad place. It's not new. We've seen it before. So there is precedent. I'm saying, like, having that worry is not unprecedented. I do think jumping to conclusions is completely unnecessary, though, especially when you don't know half of the equation. So, God, I'm just going on and on and on at this point, but it's an interesting conversation. I think that this is just a more relaxed, subdued extension to, less reactionary conversation about what's going on. And, I have a tendency to let my ego get in the way too often, where I'm making it more about my feelings and, how people aren't being fair to me on the internet. And I just realized that it's like, dude, you got to just grow up a little bit and realize that you're on the internet, man. Okay? Like, either come here and talk about things that are going to be somewhat interesting, or at the very least, there's a point to what you're saying, or maybe just save it for another day. But I've spent too much time focused on the wrong things. And that's why I thought that this conversation was much more productive, because it's not really an emotional based conversation. It's just kind of evaluating all the different facets and all the different turning cogs, I guess you could say, in this giant machine that is not just the games industry, but the console industry and the publishing industry. It's a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's hard to separate them all. But what changes? Most PS games go to PC. Next gen Xbox is a PC. PS will not be devalued. Well, that's that. That's another thing that I talked about yesterday, or the day before. I mean, where I'm like, if Helldivers was going to end up on PC to begin with, what's the harm in Sony just being like, let's just expedite the process? I don't like the upside I see there is like, well, the game is still relevant. You know what I mean? Like, Helldivers might not be relevant 3 years from now. We don't know. It may or may not be. Sony's probably just like, let's not wait. Let's just go. While it's still, there's still juice, maybe some juice to get from the squeeze. Why not? Give it a shot. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just drops. Who knows? But yeah, I don't think much changes, man. I don't think much changes. So they should put everything on Xbox? No, I don't think Sony should put everything on Xbox. I think Sony still has a console to sell. I do. And I think as long as they have a console that they actually want to sell, I think they should continue Sony should continue to do what they're doing, because I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad strategy. I think it's an extremely effective strategy. What they should do is be strategic. When you got a big game like Death Stranding or Ghost of Yote coming up, keep it on PlayStation only. Do it for a year. Do it for 2 years. Do it for however long. Sony sees the data. They know every month how many people are buying their games and at what price they're selling those games for, digitally and physically. Sell that game on your console until it stops selling. And and then port it to PC. And in the case of your live service games, if you're trying to get the biggest player pool and biggest player base possible, put it everywhere. Everywhere. Literally, anywhere it can go. Even if it could go to mobile, put it there. Because if you want that live service game to exist in the long run, you need players. Nothing kills a live service game faster than a lack of players, or a lack of players who are buying the microtransactions. That'll kill a live service quick. So ultimately, I think Sony should just stay the course, man. And I understand that Helldivers being announced for, Xbox is a little bit of a surprise and unexpected, but hey, man, just add it to the pile, right? Like, add it to the pile. Like, how many things have happened that were surprising and like, whoa, I didn't think that was going to happen. Like I said, expect the unexpected from Sony. I've went on record saying that so many times this year, and I think that what we're seeing is just the epitome of, like, if there's one thing I was right about, it was that. Not to take a victory lap or anything, but it's just, expect the unexpected, man. Nobody knows what's going to happen. You think no exclusives means less growth and competitive vectors in the industry? Remember, Killzone didn't materialize without Halo. Forza didn't materialize without GTPS1. Just a thought. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, but it's hard to say, because it's like, it's kind of funny in a sense, Tarnished, because you're like, Killzone wouldn't have existed without Halo, and then meanwhile Call of Duty comes and kills them both. Like, I mean, I think it runs deep, where it's like competition. I think competition can be derived from different unexpected places. But I think, there can be instances where it's almost non-existent. I have one last thing to say before I wrap it up. Went on for another 56 minutes. Well, guys, we'll do a last call, because I am going to wrap it up very soon. If you want to drop any more member gifts, guys, we're sitting at 36 gifts, which is fantastic to see. But if you want to drop any more, if you want to make one more push to try to get to that 50 before we end it, by all means, feel free. If you want to drop any more super chats, direct donos, any type of fan funding, we'll do a last call for that. But yeah, I enjoyed this conversation. I think it was a good one. I don't know that I have some kind of grand conclusion here where it's like, in conclusion, I just think it's, Sony should probably just stay the course, because I think that honestly, Sony's not doing too bad, man. I got my enjoyment out of Helldivers, and I can't sit here and say that I've been playing Helldivers. I can't do that. I haven't played Helldivers in quite some time. I got my platinum. I had a good time, and I hope that the Xbox players who are going to get it in August, I hope they have a great time too. I hope that they realize, like, that Sony does have some great games. Helldivers ain't no Concord. So I hope the game sells well for Sony. I hope they make more money from it. I hope Arrowhead can continue to be funded, and I hope that the Helldivers player base thrives, man. I wish them nothing but the best, because you know what? I'm over here. I'm enjoying myself. I'm playing some Death Stranding. I'm looking forward to some Ghosts of Yote. Please, God, please don't let Fair Games be the next Concord, you know? But that's all it is, bro. We got to just ask ourselves why we're here in the first place. We're here to enjoy games. Right? Right? Pushing Polygons, thanks for hanging out, man. Capono, you're telling Xbox players, you're telling Xbox gamers to make sure to buy Helldivers. Yeah, I mean, I listen, man. It gets the highest recommendation from me. I know that a lot of players on that platform, they probably, they don't really buy games that often, right? I can tell you that for the $40 that they're asking for Helldivers, more than worth it, man. I used to play on Xbox. Like I played with plenty of Xbox players, dude. I think this is a game I can easily recommend to the Xbox player base. Honestly, like it's a great game. I know that there are people who think that this game isn't going to find any success on Xbox. I don't know, but out of all the games that Sony has that they could be bringing to Xbox that I think has the best shot, this is the one. So go for it, guys, And Helldivers is only going to be better for it. Digital XP, you're saying just don't be blind and surprised when Sony follows Microsoft. It's already happening. Speak out against it. We need their games in the industry. Well, I'll tell you this, man. I keep saying we will cross certain bridges when and if we arrive at them. And in the case of, I know people want to talk about Sony going third party and Spider-Man on Xbox and all this stuff. It's like, I get it. It's interesting to talk about that. And it's, I think, at the top of some people's minds right now. But in terms of like what's actually going to happen in that regard, we will cross those bridges when we get there. Just like we crossed the Helldivers 2 on Xbox bridge when it got here, when we arrived to it, it came to us. Just as we're doing that, we'll do it again in the future if that happens. But if people want me to say, hey, we said full slate about Xbox, so we got to say full slate about PlayStation. I mean, bro, come on, man. Like you really, that's really what you want me to say? You want me to say to expect God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018? All right, I guess expect it then. We'll see. Anyway, guys, I'm toast. I am. I know it doesn't seem like it, but bro, just sitting here for this long in one space, talking for this long, sometimes I don't even know how I do it. I feel like shit. I need to go move around. I need to go do something because I definitely talked for too long today. This stream was too long, but I hope you did enjoy it. And guys, that's going to actually wrap it up. Thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out with me today. Really appreciate the support. I want to make sure to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped direct support. Like I said, we are totally fan funded. You guys are the sponsors of the channel. We're able to keep the channel sponsorship free. MRPD, I don't need to know. Some things don't need to be typed, right? Thank you so much to everybody who dropped membership gifts, super chats, direct donations. You guys are awesome. I also want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks, let him know you're grateful for those timestamps. He does a great service for the community here. And the only other two things I'm going to ask you before you head out is, number one, if you didn't, go check out the video that I put out earlier. I mean, if you watch this entire stream, you don't need to watch that video, but, supporting the videos definitely helps. And hit that like button. Hit that like button. We're almost at 200 likes. It helps the streams, and that's it. MRPD, I'm on episode 4 now, so I'm making my way to 5, bro. I'm making my way. Get me hype. All right. That does it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We should be back here tomorrow with more content, another stream. I hope to see you then. And till then, guys, take care.